Howdy y'all, Nimby here. Gonna be doing up some foam beetle bugs today. I'm just gonna be starting off pretty close to kind of like a third of the hook for a tie-in point, and we'll bring our thread base all the way back and then back again. And that's where we're gonna be doing most of our tying in for the pattern. 1 second here. Hey, Glacier Shark! Shark! Sorry, the weather's been kind of junky for you, mate. Us here too. Man, we got like over a foot of snow. Was it yesterday? The day before yesterday? So I thought I was done with all the shoveling and everything. We just got a huge dump. And we're supposed to get a lot more for the next couple days here. I'm going to tie that in just a little past. Never. I missed a couple days here. I'm trying to get back in the saddle. Hey Tyler, hey Luca, K-Fish, good to have you in, mate. Remember to drop a like, guys, so we can get the stream moving. Appreciate that, all of you. Alright, so we're gonna tie that back. No worries. Hey, good to see you, Rob. Have a good sleep, man. We'll see you next time. I'll be up early tomorrow. So we're going to be tying up some foam beetles today. Doing some terrestrials. Oh, no worries, Tyler. I'll be on in the morning at the regular time. So we got some rubber legs here. Oop, caught on the hook. I'm tying this on a fairly smaller size in a 12. Mostly because I want this to imitate a pine beetle, which we get a lot of here, being that we got pines everywhere. And we're going to be using some orange as our indicator, and I'm probably going to throw some red in there because I got some extra red chunks laying around. And that's just the... No worries, guys. For sure, I appreciate you popping in. That means a lot to me. And of course, the main part of the body. If I can grab one of these guys. Just this regular standard. I want to say this is probably 2 mil foam. Looks like 2 mil. You know, your standard craft foam, right? And I'm just cutting strips of this off. I'm cutting them off at the hook gap length. So in this case, just length hook gap. You can change that based on the size of the hook you're tying up. And we're going to be tying it along the top there. I'm also going to be cutting this end off. I like to have these, basically... this probably looks better this way for you guys. Like the length of your hand. Gives you enough to... If you cut them longer, then it's going to be a little too floppy and everything tying around. But I find like the hand width is a good thing. You'll get 2 or 3 flies out of each one. And it gives you enough to pull things back and to hold it in place and or adjust it and have enough room to cut off and tie in and everything without it being too long. If you go shorter than that, then you're probably going to be wasting a lot of material. But your mileage may vary, totally up to you. Hand width is what we're going with today. So to start off with, I'm just going to be cutting this off. I'm using my curved scissors because it just makes this cut a little easier. There we go. I was trying to get that in my trash can, but it went flying off to the left somewhere, so I'll have to sweep up after. Not a big deal. I'm going to be making this cut almost the length of the shank here. You can see. and that's just going to help us tie it in. It'll add a little bit of bulk to the body. If you're making this on a bigger fly, you can definitely cut that thinner, so you don't want to over bulk your body, but in the same token, you want to add a little bit. Most of your craft foam, depending on if it's been cut or poured or rolled, you'll have kind of a top and a bottom to it. So if you look really carefully, you'll see one side has finer pores than the other side, or has almost like a finished surface to it. And for the most part, you want to have that facing down when you're tying it in, because you're going to be flipping it over. So in this case, the top surface here is a little bit rougher than the bottom, very minimal. But if you want to have a cleaner top, then that's what you're going to tie in. So we're just going to get that tip caught in here. And I'm just going to slowly work my way back, getting this at first just kind of loosely tied in, because we're going to be wringing it back again. And I want to get this tied in right back. Should bring me back just past that. Got a little whiff of cat hair or something caught in there. There we go. The other good thing, if you got animals in the house, try and keep your foam in a zippy bag just to keep it from sticking to everything, because the static it builds up will attract everything on your desk. Okay, so we got that lined up just past the hook shank. We want it to go a little bit past the curve. I'm using a very slightly curved, it's almost like a cross between a scud hook and a limerick, I would say. But I like these for the small scuds and small terrestrial beetles. A little bit of a curve there just helps you to build up that look of the shell on it. We're bringing our thread all the way back again, and we're going to tie in our peacock. If you're not doing a pine beetle per se, and you're trying to do another larger beetle, like say a ground beetle, you can definitely switch up the body material. A lot of beetles will actually have a very dark brown body to them. So if you want to go with that, you can use some brown wool, you could use Fentex, almost anything really. Since it is generally fished as a terrestrial or a dry fly, you'll want to use something preferably that floats a bit if you can. The foam on top is really going to do the lifting work. And we're going to do 3 strands. You could probably get by with 2, especially on a hook this size, but I'm going to attempt to make it quicker here with 3 and get a little bit thicker of a body. Okay, so we're just going to line up all 3 tips. Generally, these are going to break off at the same point, give or take. But what we want to do is have our tips out. We're going to take our thumbnail and just run it along on about a 45-degree angle, and they should break. Oh, that broke really quick, so let's try that again. Right about there. You can see one of them broke and these other 2 didn't. So that means that was a weak point. That's where we want to break them all off at. And then we should be good. Hey Yoshi, good to have you in, man. Doing up some little black foam beetles tonight. Now I'm probably gonna, oop, one second, let's do that again here. I didn't catch these guys in as well as I should have. There we be. I want to leave this little spot here empty, so I'm not pulling that over too far. Now we're just going to wrap those all the way in and then all the way back. And that's where our body's going to end right there. So this is going to be the head of our beetle. And I try to keep at least... Where'd my bodkin go? There we go. Come on, bodkin, you got work to do. So I like to keep at least a bodkin width between there and the eye. Maybe a little bit more, because there's a little more room there. A little more is better than a little less. We don't want to be crowding the eye. We're going to be folding it over at that point. So there's going to be a flap there, but because of that, you don't want the flap to be right over top. Hey, cool. Actually, I'm gonna do this slightly differently here. No, actually I'm not. Changed my mind. I was gonna bring this back and wrap this with the thread, just to make it a little more durable, but honestly with that top wrap all the way along the top, as long as I'm not nicking this hook point here, we should be fine. But yeah, it's pretty common to wrap this with either a little bit of copper wire or just a little bit of black thread around these Peacock to give it a just durability basically, so that when the fish bite it, it doesn't go sproing. But when you got the whole thing on top there, if it does go sproing, they normally just stick out like a little leg and you can just keep fishing it. You can trim it off. Hey, Jack Pepper. Good to have you in, man. I did miss doing these later tying streams because we do get some other of our crew in that can't make it in the mornings. I do miss hanging out with them all. Okay, just gonna do a few wraps to tighten that up. And we'll tie that guy off. And I'm just gonna walk this thread back a bit so we're not too close to the eye again. There we go. You can go a little bit over with your body wrap, it's not going to make any big deal. The biggest point is that you leave that room for the tie-in point so it's not too close to your head, or it's going to be hard to get your line in. You'll still be able to because you're not going to cover it up like it's going to get stuck, but you do want to leave that room there. Alright, so pretty simple, just nice little buggy green body. Like I'm saying, you could use, do I have any brown kicking around? Well, you can really use any color that you want. I mean, I've done them in these, I've done them in this orange for the body, which actually worked pretty well for creek fishing. And I've done them in red as well, almost like a humpy. This green just is a good general color for all things. And we'll be pulling that over. And again, generally speaking, if you're using the hook gap as a gauge, you'll be fine. When I started tying foam stuff, it was a real hit and miss. Like, do I make it too thick? Do I make it too small? Okay, so before we tie the top in over there, I'm just measuring to make sure everything's sitting okay. This is a good time if you do need to adjust it a bit, but everything looks good. We're going to tie our rubber legs in. You can have more fun with the rubber legs. I'm just using these just plain up black today to go with the Beetle. I like to tie in 3. A lot of times if you see these in the shop, you'll just have 2 legs, or 4, but 2 on either side. We're going to go with 6. Oh, thanks, Ewaz. Well, maybe I'll see you in the morning, man. I'll probably be here. Gonna try and be on at 4:30 like normal and get back into the swing of things here. Alright, so these guys are pretty long, as you can tell, so I'm gonna cut them in half. Probably twice here, just to make them a little more easy to work with. Yeah, have a good night, Ewaz. Appreciate the like, man. Yeah, just gonna attempt to fold these over twice. We'll still have more than we need, but there we go. One thing that annoys me with the rubber legs is I don't like wasting the material, but I mean, it's just rubber, so like whatever. It's not going to break the bank or nothing. A really good source of this stuff, if you can't find it, or you don't have a fly shop near you, is bungee cords. Just go to your regular dollar store, hardware store, what have you, any of those rubber bungee cords. If you have a look at them, as long as they don't have like a rubber cap on them, you can generally tell with what color they're tied with. And most of the time they're going to be white, but you'll quite commonly find white, gray, black, sometimes funky colors like red or blue. I'm going to tie all three of these in at the same time here. I'm going to tie them in sideways like this and then spin them around and do cross wrap. Yeah, if you're having trouble finding rubber leg material, you just want a cheap source of it, that is a good place to start. Okay, so just like 2 soft wraps just to hold it in. That's just going to stop it from spinning too much. Then we'll turn it sideways here, and we'll do some wraps on either side to hold it in. There you go. Yeah, I was just going to actually comment on what Luca just said there. Thanks, Luca. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you get the white ones, because they are the most common, you can just use a Sharpie marker. Then you can mark them up too, and you can make them like centipede legs or grasshopper legs or whatever. Why you know it sits proper? Oh, it's starting to go. Alright, 1 second. I'm going to retie that. It's just not sitting the way I want it. Normally, if you twist it like that after, it'll adjust itself. Huh, okay. Well, I guess we're not going to do that with this one. These ones are really supple. I don't know if they're maybe a silicone, to be honest. They feel very, very supple. That might be what's throwing me off a bit here. So, we're going to tie them in flat. See if we have a better... Yeah, and honestly, it's the same stuff, right? It's just rubber. Sometimes you'll even get a better quality one. Like if you're buying a decent quality bungee cord, a lot of times they have a lot of latex built into them, which is more of a natural material. I will say if you do have the latex stuff though, you'll notice because it'll be a little bit on the yellower side, or to have like a bit of a color cast to it. If that's the case, I will say you want to be careful with the amount of UV that gets on it, so you might want to cover it with a Sharpie or something. But the UV can be a bit of a... Why are you being such a poo? 1 second. I'm going to actually tie these guys in one at a time. They're just not doing what I want them to. I like to tie one side shorter and one side longer, and then I'll trim off the closer side, which is my side here. To match the other. So as we're tying them in, they do tend to change shape a bit. There we go. I know it's super finicky, picky stuff, but I do like to have the back legs pointing back more, and then the middle ones pointing out straight. Yeah, it just looks super buggy when it's all done. And it floats like a cork, and it can take a beating. Where are you? There we are. Okay, yeah, that's good. So I like to have my back ones pointing down like this. And a lot of times, honestly, if you're tying it in a bunch, they kind of end up that way, so you don't really have to fuss with it too much. And it's totally not a required thing at all. Just the fly tying ADHD kicking in. The fish aren't going to come up and be like, ooh, it's got a leg that's slightly off. But I will say that the action is much better in the water if you can get them looking like that, because they will pulsate a lot better. And leaving them a little bit on the longer side typically helps as well. They'll have a little more movement, a little longer than you think you would want them. But you don't also want them long enough that they're going to tangle around your hook shank. So it's a little bit of a balancing act there. But you can see that one's going to be straight across. The other guys are pointing back. And then the front ones we're going to do pointing forward just a hair. That way when it gets pulled through the water, they'll do their leggy thing. And being that it's an insect, it's going to have 6 of them. Or 3 strands, so 3 per side. And I'm going to straighten up on these ones here a little bit. Nope, that's too close. Again, I really want to try to keep that clean. I didn't even necessarily want any thread there, but I really want to try and keep that part of the shank clear. It matters in the way that the water movement, because a lot of fish, especially trout and anything that's a predator fish, a lot of things they key in on is the water displacement or the movement in the water. They'll key in on it with their lateral line. Wow, I am really having trouble getting this guy lined up for whatever reason. Come on, Nimby, it's just a rubber leg. Tie it in there. I don't want you to go down that far. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna throw a little rosin on there. It just keeps sliding forward on me. Yeah, so it's not that the fish can't count. Maybe they can. We don't know. But it's more that they're keying in on certain movements in the water, and each bug has its own way to travel through the water, even especially on something like a terrestrial where it's not going to normally be in the water. So it's going to be a lot more struggling, a lot more movement than you would get with, say, something like a dragonfly nymph or something that is an actual aquatic insect. So there is that. I want to keep it like right up top here, and it's being a boot. Hey, Showflies, good to have you in, man. You missed the ants the other day. I'm actually going to hold these back while I'm tying them in a little bit, just to get that sliding forward more. It's already more forward than I'd want it to be, but we'll make it work. Wow, I don't think these are actually rubber. I think they're silicone, and if that's the case, I will say I enjoy the rubber legs more. I probably should have grabbed the rubber ones. These ones actually come in like a sheet. Oh, nothing happened. We were just doing up some cute little, ants, and I know you've been doing the ant kick thing for a bit here, and just reminded me of your stuff. That's all. Okay, I got 3 on this side. Do I got 3 on this side? I do. This one's still a little long. Okay. Close enough. I just want this one to be tied forward a bit. We should be good. And again, I'm being like way too picky on these legs. You could tie them all in a bunch and just have them pointing every which way, and it's not going to matter terribly much at all. Oh yeah, I got them right here. There you go, show flies. There's a little red ants that we did up the other day. Little red butts. You can do these in black too. I just like the red butts. And you can do like a slightly more orange or browner butt too if you wanted to, depending on what, you know, ant species you're imitating on. Okay. Not 100% happy with this one leg on this side, but I think it's gonna, once the foam's on and everything, we should be good. I think we'll leave her as is in that case. So what I'm going to be doing, because these legs here went forward more than I want, I'm going to be moving my thread back and just keeping them forward. Because I really want my foam tie-off to be here, not there. Like I said, they slid forward, and for whatever reason, it was being a poo, and it's not wanting to stay there. So we're just going to move our thread back and get a couple good wraps in here. And that'll kick this other leg forward for us so that we got some nice leg placement. There we go. I don't typically trim these off until we get close to the end of the fly, just because as we go, it's nicer to be able to have them longer so I can pull and adjust them. Yeah, no, I've been enjoying his ant stuff. Just reminded me when I was tying those. It just came up in my book, not like I was jumping on his coattails or anything, but we're just doing terrestrials this week, so if I get everything together, we'll be doing a grasshopper tomorrow, which is fun. Alright, so just want to do a light wrap, just a super light wrap there, so it's just the weight of my bobbin. Trying to get which leg is which here. There we go. Okay, so yeah, just a light. I'm just going to hold the tension on my bobbin so I can spin the vise so you guys can see. So just like that. You can see it's just enough to crease the foam. And of course it turned while I did that. That's okay. I'll try and keep it on top here. This leg is going to drive me bananas, but we'll make do. I'm just going to have to probably move him every time I go around, which is going to be really annoying. That's okay. We'll get her done. Okay, second wrap. Probably double the tension of the first one. Still not putting a lot of tension on it. Yeah, that's one thing that's like amazing about this hobby that I really like, is that everyone's got their... We all can tie the exact same pattern, same material, and they're all going to look different in some little manner, and I love that. I think that's awesome. Okay, and then the third one here, it's going to be even more tension. 360? I didn't realize you did that many. I slow down so much when I'm doing these live ties compared to if I was just sitting down tying too. So there's the top. The reason you want to change your tension as you're doing that, here I'll show you guys the bottom too, so you can see the peacock showing through. The reason you want to do your tension slowly like that, where you start with one, move your way up, is especially if you're using like more of the craft foam and not the more latexy, more expensive foam. Your thread, especially if you're using like an 8/0, this is a 6. So especially if you're down to like an 8/0 or even like a 12/0, like this one, it's going to be too thin and it'll cut through the foam quite easily, especially if you're using a GSP like this one. One second, I'm just going to pull my thread out a bit because I don't want it sliding back into the bobbin. This bobbin's really tight because I was using it to tie in some wings, so I had it set tighter. What is this one here? Yeah, it is a 12/0. 12/0 nano silk. You don't want to really be using this. You can, but it's so thin and so strong, it'll cut this stuff like butter. So in 6/0's kind of like your best go-to. This is a time where you generally don't necessarily want to use a flat thread. A rounded thread will work a little bit better for you without having to cut into it. Yeah, okay, so we got that part done. The next part is to tie in the Oh, that's so cool, man. I'm gonna have to check that out, honestly. When I was on your channel checking out, I was really just kind of quickly browsing through stuff. And I'll get your stuff floating into my feed actually fairly often, to be honest. Which is a good thing. I'm going to go with the first bunch I'm going to do. I'm going to try and get 5 out of this. But the first bunch I'm going to do are going to be this orange. A couple of reasons that you want to tie this. You can definitely omit this whole top bit. But there are a couple important reasons that you would want to include it. One is when you're casting, this acts as a bit of a wing. And it will help to stabilize the beetle and help it to land on its, well, feet, I guess. Or legs in this case. So that when it's falling down, this will almost act as like a tail on a kite and will help to aim it so it lands correctly. And that's not so much a big deal. Allow you to see it well, and since it's above the water anyway, it's not going to really affect the fish. And I do find that these kind of colors actually work quite good. So you just want a color that's going to be contrasting to the fly itself. So an orange, a red, a white. Again, the color's your option. It won't make much difference. So all I did was split this into, it was a 3-strand Fentex, so I just split it into 3 strands. And this is really all you're going to need, just a little puff. This will act as a wing, and it'll act as a indicator. This stuff floats like a cork too. You do want to use something that is not going to saturate with water, or you're going to end up with the opposite effect, and it's going to be the heavy point and sink down. Now again, when the beetles are traveling, especially pine beetle, which is what this one's imitating for me. Excuse me. When they're traveling, they travel in the jet stream, and they travel by the tens of thousands. And they'll take a break and they'll land in an area of pine, and they actually follow pheromone tracks from the ones that came before them. I think I'm actually going to tie in double. This is a little thinner than I thought it would, and I think it's actually going to work out better if I tie in a bit more. Figured with the size 12 I could get away with a single strand here, but we're going to double that up. Just tie another one beside it. But yeah, as they fall, they'll literally just kind of be falling all over the place. And they'll get all over you and your boat and your truck and your house and everything. They're kind of annoying that way. Not only that, but they kill a lot of the trees, so they're annoying that way too. But they're part of the whole ecosystem. And when they do land in the water, obviously they're not supposed to be in the water. They can't really get out. And they'll be kicking and splitting all over the place. But they'll land upside down, they'll land right side up, they'll, you know, be all over the place. So that's why it's not like super important that way, that this thing lands straight up. But you want to have your hook in the water, and you want that little indicator so that you can set the hook correctly. Those are the two important things. Okay, so we want to get about 4 or 5 wraps just to hold this in tight, and then we're going to brush it out. Going to be trimming it one more time after I brush it out, so I'm just going to trim it off here a little bit on the longer side. In hindsight, maybe I would have tied that in without actually separating all those strands, but it does brush out better with the strands separated, so there's that as well. So let me get a brush here that we can use to fluff that up a bit. You can fluff this up before you tie it in. I just find that it fluffs and works a lot better if I do it after, because it does separate quite well. And this is why you can use like almost any, this one strand here seems to be holding together, so I'm just going to break it up with my fingers a little bit. As long as you got 4 or 5 wraps. Yeah, bugwater dance. As long as you got 4 or 5 wraps on there, you should be able to brush this with kind of medium ferocity without it causing too much trouble on you. And if you find that it's coming apart on you while you're brushing, then just throw in a couple more wraps on either side and should keep it in place for you. We got run in. Oh, thanks for the jewels there, Luca. Sorry. For whatever reason, my chatbot doesn't pick up on the jewels. It would be nice if it did. Maybe I gotta change some settings on it. But it picks up on the super chats and stuff. Good to have you in, Ron. Always a pleasure, my friend. Okay, so just to get this now, I'm going to tighten this down. You can see it'll stand it right up. Then I just want to get 1 wrap on the back side, and then the second wrap's going to be on the front side. Just got to get around this leg again. Knew it was going to be annoying. And that's going to hold everything in there nice. There we go. Okay, and again, around the leg. And I'm going to go up. Now we're going to go underneath this, and this is where I'm going to tie those legs in finally here. Just going to get a couple wraps on top of the legs, and then I'll pull the legs back and I'll whip finish in front of that. Or I'll probably throw some half hitches. Okay, before we do all that, we'll trim this off to a good height. Just get rid of any fluff that's in there. You can see that's going to be a nice, like you'll see this, it'll stick out like a sore thumb. The fish are going to see the bottom. You'll see that, and if the fish see it anyway, it's a good little hot spot. You don't need it to be that big though, like this is way bigger than what I'm going to leave it as. So I'm just going to grab all of this and just give it a little twist. Not much, just a little bit. That'll keep the fibers together for the cut. And I want it to be at about a thick part of my bodkin high, so right about here. Just a little hat. There we go. There, and that'll be more than enough. And again, like I said, depending on how good your eyesight is, or the conditions you're fishing in too. You can use red, you could use yellow, you could use white. And that'll give you that little puff on top. Little happy dude. Okay. And then for the front, we're going to just trim off Just trying to remember if I trimmed this on an angle. I think I just trimmed it straight. Yeah, I'll use my straight scissors for that. Let's get a 1/2 inch in there first, just in case I bump it and it goes off itself. Yeah, so for the height, I normally try to go roughly about like my 1/2 inch tool high. You don't need anything higher than that, really. You just need a little bit of a width. This will act, like I said, as a wing as it's coming down, so when it's going through the air with your line, this will have a lot more drag on it than the rest of the fly, and that'll keep it up. And it should land correctly, in theory. Okay, I'm gonna try and pin these front legs, which have been driving me nuts this whole fly, back a bit when we get this on here. In a lot of cases, I will just 1/2 inch this, and I probably will do that on this one, and not bother with the whip finish. You can definitely whip finish it. You just want to grab the front here, hold it back like so, do your whip finish, and then cut the foam off after. Like I said, I'm just going to do about 4 or 5 1/2 inches, which is the same thing, and we'll call it good on this one. This is why it's really important when you're tying this that you don't want that portion there sliding forward any more than it already did on me. You want to be mindful of that, because even though you technically can still tie your thread to it, it just makes it such a pain, and it's not as nice a fly as it could be if you didn't. But yeah, these are a bright. One thing that I've done with these two that actually works really well is I have this. Do I have any floating around here? No, it's in my box. I might actually do, if we get all 5 of these done, I'll do some with the stripe. I have a. It's like a pearlized mylar that's in like a green. Pretty much like the same as like a peacock color, and it works a treat for these beetles because they have a very iridescent black shell on them, underside and overside. Oh, cute little mug I got for my honey bunny. Okay, so that guy's all tied in. We'll cut the end off here. I'm gonna use my straight scissors, and I'd like to cut these off straight, so when you pull them, it almost acts like a bit of a popper. But I want to cut it off right flush with the head of the fly there, or the eye of the fly. So I'm just gonna hold this back with my fingers. Can feel the spot with my scissors, and then you just commit to it and cut it off. And let it drop on the floor, because you'll pick it up later. That'll give it a nice little square head, and we'll trim it off. Thank you. Yeah, my wife has a matching other one. Alright, so now we're going to trim the legs off. I always leave those, like I said, to last. You don't need to. That's funny. Okay, so when you're cutting the legs off here, I like to pull them back, and then I'll cut them off basically like the width of my scissors from the back. So if you cut them off here, I'll do it on an angle here. This will probably work better for you guys than it'll work for me, but that's good. So scissor width, or about like the end of your bodkin width past the hook shank. And I'm just putting very light tension, just keep them straight. So let's do that again. So I can see. Sorry, it's a little hard for me to do on this angle, but you guys will see it better. Well, we're gonna guess and just commit to it. There we go. There we go. I found that length seems to work the best because it's long enough that they still have a lot of movement to them, but not too long that they'll get caught in the bend of the hook here. So you don't want to have your legs, that's the only really happy medium part. If your legs are longer than this, here, I'll cut the other side here and then you guys can see as well. Now if you're being super picky, I like to have my back legs longer than my front. Cutting them this way does the opposite. Makes the front a little longer than the back. So again, roughly about width of my scissors, past the hook point, and cut them. I end up with some stubby ones from this side, which are too small to really do anything with, which is fine. And then the ones from the other side should be exactly long enough to get another fly, possibly two more out of. So that typically works pretty good. But yeah, so what you're shooting for is you don't want the legs to be longer than they want to be just a little bit longer than the bend of the hook in the back. If they're longer than that, what will happen is as you're casting them, they'll get caught under the hook. So like this side of leg, wonder if I can actually do it. They're going to be a lot less likely to stay, but there we go. So you'll have this happen. You see how it gets caught in the hook bend. If you have them just this long, it's like it takes just like the littlest little pop, like the first time you pop the fly, it'll come out like that. If you cut them shorter than that, then you don't get the movement that you want out of the fly legs. So I find that that's kind of the happy medium. You just go a little bit past the hook bend. That way there's enough movement in the legs, but also not too much movement, and they're not long enough that they get caught in the back. So like I said, a little bit longer than you think you'd want them. You can go shorter than that. Is safer than going longer. Like I said, if you go longer, they tend to just get caught up in the hook bend there, and then they just look like bunk, and you know you could actually lose a fish that way because they're not able to set on the hook as well. This one leg has been driving me this whole time we've been tying. Sometimes it's better just to get a new piece of material if that's happening to you. Okay, so I'm going to cover up this bottom. You can see it makes a nice little thorax too, where all the legs connect. And you have this little head piece which pops a lot of water as you're pulling it forward. As you're pulling straight. I also like to use straight eyes on these, not down eyes or up eyes. But it'll pop a lot of water on the top, just like they're struggling trying to get their wing cases open and fly up, which they can't because they're wet. But yeah, when these things fly over, that's true. Get rid of them, get them out of your box so you don't have to look at them. I'm going to put a good little bit of glue on there, or in this case head cement. And we're just going to let that soak in, and then I'll put a little bit of Sally Hansen's on there. Whenever you're tying in foam material or synthetics like this where they have a lot of spring to them, you get a lot of tension on that line. So it's a really good idea to make sure you glue when you're done, because they're compressed and they're going to be constantly pushing back on that thread. So if there's anything that comes by like fish teeth, that cuts that thread, it's always going to have some tension on it, or more than you would have with the natural materials. and it'll have a tendency to go boing and sproing, and then your legs and everything will just come apart. But if you glue it together, you'll be fine. Well, let's do that quick dry on this actually. That's this one. But yeah, cute little thing, eh? And of course, we're taking our time tying this and explaining everything. This is a really simple pattern that you could whip off quite quickly if you want to mass tie these. And if you don't have pine beetle in your area, you have some kind of annoying terrestrial beetle like this that flies, I'm sure, because they migrate. I think pretty much all up and down the west coast has some form of pine beetle or spruce beetle. Spruce beetles are a lot bigger. They're kind of cool bugs too, though. Kind of a bit more on the freaky, scary side, but they're a neat bug. They got the big horns. I should tie some of those up too. Never actually fished a spruce beetle, but we do get lots of them up here. They're quite a bit bigger than the pine beetles. Maybe 4 times as long as this one. Just a little bit of glue on the leg here somehow. There we go. Alright. It's like he broke his leg or something. He's like, no, I refuse to conform to Nimby's leg placement. Oh, he's good enough. Sometimes the random flies that always are a little bit off seem to work better anyway, for whatever reason. They just seem to catch better fish than the ones that are just absolutely statically perfect. So there you go, there's a foam beetle bug. Or a black foam beetle, I think is what I tagged this one as. Yeah, like I was saying, once I get this yeah, rebellious little stupid murr. Let me grab a container for him. Where did I put my containers? 1 second. I think I left them on the other side here. But yeah, like I said, I'll do some up with the with those colorations like I was talking about, because they work a treat. The fish don't see the top side of it anyway from the water unless you land it upside down or something, but it catches fishermen really well. And it's fun to be as accurate as you can. These are cool little cases that I picked up. They work great for larger terrestrials like this, dry flies. A lot of the other stuff that I picked up, the case just doesn't have the width to it and kind of mats the hackle and stuff down. So this works a treat for things like this that have a little height to them. And they're cheap. I think they were like, I don't know. They're under $1 anyway. I think they're like 78 cents or something, give or take. So there he is in there. Almost looks like a little spider. We'll go a little quicker on these next couple and get these done up here. Again, we're using a size 12. I think it's closer to a scud hook than it's closer to a limerick, but it's kind of its own shape. But I really like the shape of it for the small little terrestrials and scuds. It's been working out pretty good for me. It's got just enough curve by the tail there, but the hook point's flat. Seems to work really well. You gonna stay in there? That'll do. Yeah, we'll get this other one done up here. Hopefully everyone's having a good night. If I can find where I put my thread down. There we are. So you want to go just past the hook bend, or just into the hook bend, and just past the barb, so right there is good. Then we'll bring our thread all the way back again. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we have a really smooth body on this. When you're bringing your thread back, it might actually be beneficial for you to segment it a little bit like that. The foam will stick to it a little better. You can also put a little dab of super glue down. You do have to be careful with the glues on the bodies when you're tying with synthetics, because they can discolor and melt them. So it really depends on what you're using for your foam and your rubber legs and stuff. You can always test it beforehand. As long as you're using the same foam, you'll figure it out fine. And, where did I put the foam I just cut? Where did you go? There it is. Alright. Okay, so this one's what we were left with after the fly was done. And this is the full piece here, so you can see we can get about 3 flies out of one piece of foam, and we're not wasting a whole lot. So it's a good size to start with. A hand width. If you got big old mitts, and you'll just have a little bit extra. Again, I'm going to use the slightly curved scissors. Just helps to get that angle in, but you're welcome to use your flats. Not going to make any difference really. And I want that cut to be the hook length. Got 2 little burrs on the side there I'm not happy with. I'm just going to trim those off. You can also do an interesting thing with this with a lighter as well to seal up the ends and give you different textures and shrink it and different things. Not doing that today, but you can. So again, there's one side of it's a finished side, which is the top. One's an unfinished side typically, and it's open pores on the bottom. So we want to do open pores up because when we flip it over, we'll have that nicer, cleaner foam for the back. I do want to tie this in right on top here. Again, just medium wrap so we're not cutting our foam. As we work back, it'll get a little thicker. A lot of times I find if I'm angling it to myself just slightly, the last couple wraps will straighten it out. Like so. Boop, boop. There you go. You'll get the hang of every piece of foam that you tie with will be a little different. If you get the ones that are a little more latexy, a little less rubbery, they're a little more forgiving on the thread. If you get the ones that are a little more rubbery, they're stiffer, but they tend to cut easier. So they both have their benefits. And then we just want to pull that back, make sure we got a nice looking little butt and that cap's going down the center. And we're good there. And we'll tie in our Peacock, and I think the 3 strands was actually working pretty good for us, so we'll go with 3 strands again. As I pull out like 5, let's go with 3. Let's go with those 3. There we go. And this is also a good fly to just use up some of your not so great Peacock on. This is just using it for the body wrap. Save your good stuff for your Royal Coachmans and stuff that you want to show really nice. Again, just breaking off those brittle tips. It'll break right where it should, so just trust your fingers. For most of my flies, I will tie them in tips first instead of butts first. There are some ups and downs to that. The upside is as you're wrapping it, your fingers will naturally pull back on the material and give you a very nice fluffy, it'll fluff up all the fronds. So you can see here's the fronds. If I push down, they're gonna go lay flat. As I'm pulling back, they're gonna fluff out like a chenille and get nice and full and thick. So as I'm wrapping this, is naturally gonna stay fluffed out instead of the opposite. If you tie it in by the butts, as you're wrapping it, you're gonna lay it down. So that might be actually good for some flies where you don't necessarily want to have a fluffy body. Most of the time when you're tying in Peacock though, that is what you're looking for. There are a number of patterns where you want it to be thin and matted down, more like a quill body. Now the downside of doing it from tips first is you're at the thinnest part of the rachis while you're wrapping. So on a lot of flies, you typically want it to go thick from thin, or thin to thick, and you only get the option of thin to thick this way. So it's going to thicken up right when we get to the middle part of the body here, which actually isn't a bad thing. Just going to twist these together a little bit so they're not separating on me. Right now is kind of where we're going to get our thickest couple wraps in. Right in the middle of the beetle, which is not a bad thing for this pattern, but it's something to keep in mind for other patterns. If you need the thickness to be where you tie in at or where you start your wraps too thinner, then you want to tie in from the butt section. Because the rachis is thicker, there's more plume there. I dropped one. Let's see if I can tighten it. There we go. Feel like I probably should be using hackle pliers, but dropped it again. Come on, stay with me now. Okay. Yeah, we want to keep that front free because I have a tendency to not, or it has a tendency to slide forward, one or the other. Okay, gonna catch that in. Wrap it up, catch it in again. Wrap it up. There you go, got a really nice little peacock body. And like we went over, you can do that body color anything you want. This is the pattern I use for pine beetle, which have this very, very iridescent underbody and a moderately iridescent shell. But since the fish are going to be seeing it from the bottom, the shell color is not really that big of a deal. You're just more like going for profile. Okay, and just checking to make sure that didn't move. We're good. And if anyone's coming in and they're wondering how thick this is, 2 mil foam. You can tie all the way up to probably a 6 or an 8 on that without having to go any thicker. That's generally the size I use for most things. And you want to have it whatever your gap height is for your shank there. That'll work for as you size the hook up, it'll size the shell at the same time. And if you go any bigger than that, it typically just hangs over and looks weird. Alright, let's get back to the legs. We're going to use those 3 that we tied in at the start. And they're totally going to behave better for us this time, right? Okay. And yeah, I'm gonna just not fight it, and I'm just gonna tie them in one at a time here like we did the first one. You have the more square kind of rubber legs. These ones are, I'm sure, more of like a silicone. They're very, very soft, and they don't seem to get a memory to them as much. They come in like a flat strip and you peel them off. But they're very inexpensive. You can get gobs of them in all sorts of different colors for next to nothing. So I'm not worried about too much waste on these. But I do like to be mindful of the waste that I create. Same thing, I'm going to pull this guy back. A couple securing wraps there. I didn't quite do it, so we'll hold it there and get him back in there again. There we go. Come on, buddy. See what I mean? They really, the square rubber legs tie in. They just listen better. These ones really want to stay straight. There we go. Alright, close enough. Yeah, move on to the next one. You want to just leave them long enough so you can do adjustments to them. Not too long that you're going to be cutting off too much material, because that's just going to be wasted. Try and get it on here with the soft. It wants to jump ahead so bad. Let's try that again. Might need to put some more rosin on there. I do have a good taper going on there, which I think is most of my problem, but these legs just really want to roll around. Wow. Okay, let's try that again. I think on the next one, maybe I will try and just tie them on, all three of them at the same time, and just go with it and see where we sit at the end. Once the top's on, you don't have to worry so much about them pointing up. It's really that they're pointing forward or back is what you're trying to adjust. The top cap, the beetle shell, will, for the most part, force them down or straight. So I'm really just trying to get them pointing left or right correctly. Actually, on the next one, I might actually try and just tie them in with figure 8 style, so they are more caught directly on top, but they seem to just want to do their own thing. I'll try that now, just see if I can adjust it with some figure 8 wraps. Just doesn't seem like it wants to play ball. Well, it's getting slightly better. Alright, we'll go with that. Okay, that does seem to help a bit, so I'll just start with figure 8 wraps for the next one. We'll go from there. Yeah, I mean, it's helping, but it's still, yeah, they really just don't want to sit the way I want them to. They're not sitting bad, but I probably just need a little more practice with them. Because like I said, I normally use the rubber legs. These, I'm pretty sure, are some kind of silicone. I'm gonna try and just pin them back here. Let's see how that goes too. Okay, that's not horrible, but there we go. Okay, and again, we're gonna bring our thread up. It moved ahead a bit on me there again like before, but we're still going to bring our thread back here and tie it in the middle of these two legs. Just gotta figure out which one's front one, which is this one, I think. Yep, there we go. And adding these extra thread wraps in the middle should separate our front and back legs a bit so that we end up with that insect, 2 legs back, 2 forward look to it. Again, not going to super matter for this pattern. That's just something we should be shooting for just for accuracy. So first wrap, just loose. You can adjust it. This one's not quite straight. Yeah, that'll do. It's close enough. Okay, so then just a medium wrap. I'm going to move it back just a hair here. And then a third wrap. Again, just a little bit more tension as we go. And fourth wrap with kind of medium tension. And that should stop you from cutting through the foam. There we go. I'm actually happy with that tie off. That's pretty good. Alright, and we'll go back with the orange here. And I'm just going to directly tie in. Well, it'll be 4 strands. We're tying in 2. We're just going to have a 2 front, 2 back. That seemed to be a good amount. And we'll brush it out after we get it tied in. And again, 4 to 5 wraps for the tie-in on that. Should be enough to give you the tension you need so it doesn't slide out while you're brushing it. And just tying it right on front. 1. You get 2 wraps already? I don't know. We'll just count that as 1 and get more in. More is better than not enough. Okay, and as I tighten this up, again, I'm just going to be increasing those wraps. Not enough to flare this up yet. That's the 5th and 6th wrap. There we go. Okay, so we got 4 wraps on that, so that'll be enough for me to cut this off now without it sliding out. I'm just going to cut it off roughly here. So we got them even. I got enough here for another fly. Couple flies probably out of that one. Okay, now we're going to do 2 wraps with kind of medium to high tension. We've got enough thread wraps on there now that I'm not going to be cutting through the foam because it's going to be on top of the other thread wraps. So as I'm doing this one, I got the wrap on there loose to start with because the first part don't matter. And I'm going to pull back towards me, and that'll stop. Should stop that from twisting, but it'll flare that up. Do another one here. So 2 in the middle. good tension on it so you'll stand it right up. Okay, and then one per underneath each side. There we go. Make sure I'm not cutting into the foam on the back side. I think I got her okay. Yep. So I make sure those thread wraps are landing in the same place every time. So you're not creating another slit. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to fold this up. I want to get it between the foam and where the legs are for at least 2 wraps, and that'll if I can do it. It really wants to move the legs ahead. Okay, so we're actually going to go under the legs and just right to the eye of the hook here, and that'll capture our tension from that foam off. It's important that you do that because you want to take the tension off the foam to somewhere secure, like the hook shank. Should always be going to that location. Alright, so we're good there. Now we can brush this guy out. Like I was saying, if you're tying a bunch of these, you want to save yourself some time and you're not doing them for your own fly box, you can pre-brush this stuff out and just tie it in as a fluff, and it'll save you all those steps. But doing it this way, you have a little bit more control over tying it in neater. But it should be secure enough that you can brush this pretty roughly without anything. Velcro works okay for this as well, so if you have some Velcro, feel free to impose the Velcro. But if you don't have Fentex, you can use Zelon, Antron, any synthetic fluff like this. Macrame cord works really well. They're all in the same yarn family, so they're all very, very similar. They have slightly different extruding patterns, but for the purpose on this kind of fly, it's not going to make any difference at all. Alright, again, we're going to do roughly the point of our half-inch tool high. This is just an indicator wing fluff. Gonna grab it, give it just a slight twist, that'll get all the fibers back together. A little bigger is better than a little shorter because you can always take more off. You can't add it back in after you cut it. But again, this is just for that indication and the slight drag when you're casting it, so it'll land this side up. There you go. Excuse me. Alright, we'll get that tied off here. Same thing, we're just going to use half inches. You can pull that back and get some whip finishes in if you want to impress your audience. In this case, I just want to get it tied off. Yeah, it's pretty common for a lot of people to trim the legs before this step too. I like to trim them after, just so I always have that option to adjust them at any point. If one of them goes a little candy-wampus or decides not to play nice, you can pull on them a bit, and it's just easier to do when you got that extra length to them to adjust them. So do about 5 half hitches, which is more than enough. 3 is probably plenty. We're gonna glue that head all up. Okay. Cute little terrestrial buggy. Okay, let's get the legs trimmed first, and then we'll do the rest of the shell case in there. So again, gathering all the legs together, roughly about scissor width or end of your bodkin width pass, not too much more. Cutting them off, and I got enough to do one more fly out of this section. Probably not a lot more. And just light tension. Then they'll be long enough that they'll move around well, but they're not too long that they're going to get caught in that hook terribly commonly. There we go. And same with cutting the top here, just want to push this back. We're not cutting any of the fluff. And we just want to rest our scissors against the head of the fly, or the eye. Again, minding don't cut the legs off that we just did all that work putting in there. And we don't want to cut this fluff. Just like so. That'll give you that nice little square head. You got plenty of room to tie in still, and that'll pop a lot of water when you're twitching it back in. Cute little dude. Happy with him. Now let's throw a little cement underneath here. There we go. I'll hold it in good. Now just a little bit of Sally Hansen's once that sets in. I think we forgot to spin and spiel the last one. Oh, that's too bad. We'll do this one. There we go. Just gonna let that sit a sec before I spin it around. I think I kept the eye clear, but I'm just gonna clear it out. I might have gotten just a touch close to the eye there with that. Now it looks like I'm clear. Don't see anything pushing out. It's good. Yeah, I'm gonna do a quick spin and spiel on this one here. Just one moment. And in the vise today we have a Black Foam Beetle bug. This is a wonderful little pattern that represents a pine beetle, and it's tied on a size 12 scud hook, just for that little bend for the beetle butt. And we have some black 2mm foam over the back, wrapped over top with some nice peacock for the middle thorax body portion, and some black rubber legs sticking out the bottom. It has a nice orange indicator on the top. You can tie that in white, red, whatever color you prefer for your indicator color. Just helps the fly land correctly, and it's going to be fished as a dry fly on the top of the water and cause a lot of movement as you're popping it forward. Wonderful little pattern. Should definitely add a couple of these to your box, eh? Cute little thing. There we go. Number 2. Do, 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 do. Hey, Beach Fishing Reviews, good to have you in, man. Just doing up some pine beetle bugs. 2 of them in there. Cute little top water pattern. We're tying them on a size 12 scud hook. Good to have you in. Thanks for saying hi. Appreciate that. Anyone's enjoying the stream, feel free to drop a like. If you like this kind of thing, you can subscribe. They're good when they're good. Because they come in swarms of literally tens of thousands at a time. So when they are out, it's kind of like an ant migration for like flying ants, that kind of thing. They just drop all over the place. So yeah, when they're out, they're really, really out. When they're not, I mean, you can still get some luck with them in as a terrestrial fly to fish kind of any time of the midsummer, because there are going to be lots of like little ground beetles and June bugs and that kind of thing, which are much bigger than these. The pine beetles are quite small. There's just these little size here. These are actually big on a pine beetle scale, but this size tends to work the best. Yeah, they follow the jet stream, so they'll actually fly up into the jet stream in like large swarms, and they'll follow the jet stream to wherever they're going. And the first ones that land in a patch of pine trees will put off a pheromone, and all the other ones will follow them. So if you have pine trees in your yard during pine beetle season, if you're trying to protect them, you can actually get these pheromone packets and hang them in your trees that are supposed to deter their locating pheromone and save your trees. And they do work. They're not cheap, but they work. Because if you get like 10,000 beetles in your pine tree, it's done. It looks like when they all get in the bark, it looks like someone shot it with a buckshot, and there's just holes all over it. It's kind of creepy. If you're walking up next to one, you can hear them like crunching the wood on the inside. But all that being aside, as there's like 10,000 of them or more, land in a patch of trees, a lot of them won't land correctly, and they'll end up in the water, in the streams, what have you, and the fish will happily eat them up because they have no way of swimming. Just struggle on the water surface. Okay, so we're going to use this 2mm black foam. We're going to cut the strips into the size of the hook gap. So you can see there it's hook gap size. If you're doing your foam cuts that way, then you can size up the hook or size down the hook and it's still going to be proper for you. So that's a good tip there. I'm going to be cutting this off the length of the shank in like an arrow or a little arrow, I guess, or triangle, like so. It'll help to build the body up, and it'll also apply tension on the threads, so when you're pulling it over, you're not going to cut through the foam nearly as bad. Most foam will have a finished side and an unfinished side for the most part during the process when they're either cutting it or rolling it. And the finished side's on this side here, it's a little smoother. The unfinished side has a little more open pores, and then this is on the back. So I want to tie it in with the unfinished side up. It doesn't really matter, but you're going to have a slightly better looking fly doing it that way. Gonna tilt it, as you can see, towards myself as I'm tying it in a bit here. And as I tie it in, it'll pull it. The thread's gonna pull it towards you guys. And then it'll end up nice and straight by the last wrap here. If you hold it straight while you're doing it, then it will end up towards you guys, and not straight. I want to bring that back so our thread's just past the barb on the hook there. So I got one more wrap, maybe two. If anyone's enjoying this kind of 80s synth pop stuff I picked up, added to the playlist for the last couple days here, it's Alex Jones, I believe, is the artist. I actually checked out his YouTube channel, and they're free on the YouTube audio library. I checked out his channel, and dude's only got like 170 subscribers, and I think he's really talented. I like this stuff, so if you like this stuff too, maybe check out his channel, drop him a like. He's got lots of free music like this for YouTube videos that is sanctioned by the YouTube gods. Okay, so we got that tied in. Next thing we're going to be doing, bring our thread back up to our tying point, which is about a third of the way up or so. And we're going to tie in 3 peacock. There we go. 3 strands. Depending on the size of the hook, you may need to go 4 strands or higher. For these little 12s and 18s and stuff, 2 to 3 seems to work just fine. Again, I'm going to be tripping off the brittle ends. Choose your thumbnail. As you slide down, if there's a spot that's weak, it'll break, just like right there, so we know that we need to break them off at least at that point, if not farther back, and then we won't lose it. And we're going to tie these in all the way back, and then wrap all the way up. Again, I like to tie them in by the tip instead of the butt. That way, as we're pulling back on the fronds as we're tying it in, it's going to get all nice and floofy like that and stand out and look pretty. Now you can wrap these with a thin copper wire. You can wrap them with your thread from your bobbin. You can do almost like a doubling loop and wrap them up with that to increase the durability. I'm not doing any of that, we're just wrapping the body. Mainly because that foam beetle top will provide a layer of protection for it. One second, it's separated on me there. Let's get that back. Okay, if it separates on you like that, which it will do from time to time, Just give it a little twist, not a whole lot, just 1 or 2 turns. And that will allow you to continue without it separating. And you definitely don't have to use your best Peacock for this. Use your junkier Peacock, 'cause it's just forming the body. And you can use brown, you could use a wool, you could use some Fentex, even some micro chenille. Doesn't really matter, just filling the body up. We're using the Peacock because the pine beetle have a very peacock colored translucent, or what's the word I'm looking for? Not transparent, like an opalescent peacock green color to them, and it works really well for these little guys. Alright, now we gotta tie in our frustrating little legs. And for this pattern, like I said, I'm gonna try this time just tie them all in one go, which is, I feel, should work fine. And I'm gonna do that in a crosshatch or figure 8 pattern. And we'll just see how this one works out. So I'm going to start with, actually my brain's telling me I should probably start on the other side. So I will. Actually, I'm going to have to go the other way, ain't I? The lengths that are left on this is kind of dictating how long my legs can be for this one. Okay, so just going to do 2 soft wraps to hold it in. We'll adjust it back on top. When you're doing a figure 8 wrap, it's not so much the wraps that are going across it in the figure 8 pattern that are holding it in. It's the ones on the front and the back that you're latching down that will apply the torsion to the figure 8 wrap that's going across it. Because the ones that go across really aren't applying a lot of tension to it. It's when you fight with it like I'm doing. This wrap right here is what actually pins it down and holds it in. So not so much the one that goes across it, but after you go across, it's this one here that goes behind it or in front of it. That's going to lock that in, and it's going to transfer the tension to the hook shank. That actually worked like a whole lot better, so that's probably the way I'm going to go from in the future. It's way quicker. Definitely close enough. I get a few more cross wraps on there though, just because I feel like, I don't think that they're going to slip out, but these silicone legs are definitely a slippy material, that's for sure. Okay. That put the legs up high and dry, more so than the other one. So I'll have a smaller thorax portion of the body. That's good. I think we're good. Wow, that was much quicker. Okay. What I am going to do though is I'm going to pull these legs back just a bit so they're out of my way, and I am going to create a bit of a thread body here because it's pointing down quite a bit. I want to flatten that out so I don't cut through the foam. We got a little bit of room there for head. But I want to finish the body off right here. So if I don't do that and create that area, every time I wrap the thread, it's just going to want to slide forward. Okay, so again, first wrap is going to be just bobbin tension until we get our placement right where we want it. And I think I actually want to go ahead just a bit more than that if I can. Yeah, that's better. So just like couple thread wraps ahead of where it was. Okay, second wrap has a little bit more tension to it. Third, fourth, and so on. Should get 4 wraps before we tie in our with increasing tension each time. Okay, adjust our foam if we need to. That should stop us from cutting through it. Not 100%, but it works pretty good. I feel like my bug is sliding on me. There we go. Okay, now we'll tie in our top fluff. Wherever our top fluff went, there. Okay, so 2 wraps. And we're gonna 4 wraps, just slowly increasing our tension like we were before. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna cut that off. It's roughly about the same height. We're gonna trimming it one more time, just to get rid of the majority of it. Hey Gills and Thrills, good to have you in, mate. Yeah, if you're new here, feel free to drop a like and a subscribe. Here almost every day, tying flies, talking fishing. They're a really good group. So be happy if you want to join. I'm gonna do, sorry, forgot. Gotta tighten this down before we. So these next couple, I'm gonna be holding the body so it doesn't twist, and then adding some pretty heavy tension wraps, moderate to heavy tension. That'll help to stiff these up. And we'll do 1 wrap in front and 1 wrap behind it. That'll stand it up real nice. I appreciate that, man. Thank you kindly. Night, Luca. Have a good one, man. Don't have a lot to trim off. This is already shorter, but I'm gonna grab this, just slightly twist it to keep the material together. If it will do so for me. Come on, there we go. I want to cut this off about a 1/2 inch high, right about there. So roughly about the height of your cone or your 1/2 inch tool. Doesn't need to be crazy. That'll be more than enough, and then we'll fluff up. Fluff up the yarn. There we go. Okay, and we're gonna get 3 to 4 wraps around the eye. Get the tension off that. There we go. And speaking of 1/2 inches, we're gonna get our 5 1/2 inches in there. If you want to whip finish that, you can. It's a tight fit though, so I'm just gonna throw some 1/2 inches and glue it. Call it good. I expected the legs to move forward a bit, which they did not do. So the legs are a little bit farther back than the other two, but all good. kind of like this for different reasons. So one's not necessarily better than the other, they're just both different. So again, we're going to hold this back, press our scissors right up against the eye. Oh, come on. Get you back, Fluffy. There we go. And just commit to it, cut it straight across. So I probably got, I don't know if I got enough there to tie one more or not. It's going to be pretty close. Yeah, I probably do, but not not with a lot of headroom, that's for sure. We'll save that one for later. Okay, now we'll trim our legs up. Again, the easiest way to do it is just to grab them gently, pull them back. I want to trim them just a little bit longer than past the shank. Nope, it slipped on me there. There we go. And these ones are going to be a little bit shorter than the other guys too for legs, just because the legs are already kind of mid-thorax. But I like to see them back about 2 or 3 millimeters there, but it is what it is, and it's a good looking little bug anyway, so it don't matter too much. I'll just be mindful of that next tie-in, because that figure 8 wrap actually worked pretty good for it. There we go. Cute little bug. Throw a little glue on him. Hey Muddy, good to see you, man. Sorry if I missed you earlier. I just let that sit for a second so it can eat into that wax thread. We'll put a little dab of Sally Hansen's on there. We're happy with that little dude. Little stubby your legs, but he's cute. Freedom! Yeah, they float real well, and they pop really good. A lot of times I'll push this up with my finger before I tie them on, just to get the head up out of the way. And yeah, when you're popping them through, this the little flap there really likes to, it adds a nice little pop to the water, like they're struggling. Good stuff. Grab a little tea here before we do our spin and spiel. Oh. And the vise today, we have a little foam black beetle bug, and this is a representation of a pine beetle. It's got a peacock underbody wrapped all the way up the thorax, and a black 2mm foam overbody for the shell of the beetle. Some little black silicone legs sticking out the sides, cut off nice and, well, good length so they have enough movement, and a little bit of an orange indicator up front so you can see it well. It also helps it land properly in the water since it is fished as a dry fly like a little popper. Wonderful little pattern. Should definitely have a couple of these in your box for the pine beetle migration, which happens kind of mid-summer in most places, and they'll just be dropping all over the place when they do. So just like any other hatch, you should have a couple of these in your box so you're ready for it. Wonderful little thing. Thanks kindly. Okay, just gonna pop that guy in the box here. It should be dry enough. 3 down, 2 to go. Yeah, happy with those guys. There they are. Simple little beetle bug. Oh, tying these on 12 scud hooks. If you're doing a larger beetle like a ground beetle or any other type beetle, June bug, mate, what have you, you can go quite a bit larger on these. These guys are just little annoying little dudes that come in the thousands when they do come. I'm gonna bring it right into the bend, so we're just past the barb and the hook. So we're going a little bit farther than we normally would, just so we get that beetle shell to taper over properly. And then back up. Okay, just adjust one thing on my stream here. 1 second, guys. There we go. Yeah, I got 31 likes. I appreciate that. Thank you all for that. And I'm gonna use this guy up. So again, we're gonna be cutting our foam. This is a 2mm. Just your regular old black craft foam. And we're gonna be cutting it into a point. I like to use the curved scissors for this. Just makes it a little easier to get the point in real nice. And the cut's going to be the length of the shank of the hook. You don't want it too pointy. You want some girth to it, like you can see there. But it should be the shank of the hook for the tie-in. I'm going to nip the tip a bit off because it was a little bit long there. That should do better. There we go. And that'll help build up the body So again, if you're looking on your foam, you'll have two sides. You'll have a finished side, one that's finished a little better than the other. Just happens to be from the rollers. And when they cut it off, so I want the finished side to be down. And we're gonna try and tie this in right on top. So a lot of times to get it on top, you want to turn it towards yourself. And as you're wrapping it, your thread tension will pull it so that it ends up being right on top. As it's doing right now. And I'll slowly let the tension off for these last couple wraps. And then we should end up with it nice and square. There we go. Nice and on top, nice and square. We want to end up right past the hook, right past the barb on the hook, which we are. And we'll wrap back up here again and tie in our peacock. So for the peacock, we're going to try and get, again, keyword try, 3 to 4 is fine. I've been doing really lucky with 3. It seems to be covering it quite well. There we go, 3. Or 2 in that case, there's the third. 3. And I'm going to be tying these in. Tip first. I'll hold tips out. Use our fingernail. Run them along at like a 45-degree angle, and they should break off wherever it's brittle. And that broke pretty quick, so we're going to try it back a bit. Yep, there we go. So move it back even more. That way you're not going to be breaking it as you're tying it in. You'll get rid of the brittle section up front, which you don't want anyway. And you'll end up with a nice, hopefully clean tie. There we go. Beauty. Okay, and we'll pull these back. One of the reasons I like tying them in by the tip. Did I lose one? I did lose one. Look at that. 1 second. Okay, tip's good on that one. I apologize, must have slipped out of my finger somehow. Either way, we'll get him tied in there. He can go join his friends. You're gonna become a beetle butt. There we go. So again, about 1/3 of the hook up. So the body's gonna be 2/3 of the shell and the thorax, and all that's gonna be up front. Our legs are a little bit back from the last one. Not something I'm gonna worry myself about, but this one we're gonna try and correct that. Keep them up front. That's a much nicer, much nicer body wrap than that last one. Happy with that. Nice and floofy. These ones are just a little bit better quality Peacock Earl, that's all. Stay in the vise. There we go. Beauty. Happy with that. I'll cut those guys off. If they're long enough, I could probably work those into nymph thorax or something, but I'll put them off to the side here in case I do some nymphs later. One of the reasons you'd want to keep those is because, like we're pointing out on the last one, the bottom part of the, although it's not as fluffy, it's wider rachis on the Peacock Earl, and it makes a nicer, if you want something like almost a bit more woody color, like you'd get with a a quill body or something like that. So a lot of times for like nymph thoraxes, I don't necessarily want a big fuzzy nymph thorax. I want something that's a little bit woodier looking, and they work great for that. Okay, so we got that tied off. I'm gonna keep this part here flat, so we're gonna be tying in the legs and hopefully tying in the rest of the foam and the thorax there. Okay, these are too long, so I'm going to be cutting this in half. Pyramid beetle. I don't think I've ever heard of a pyramid beetle. Is it like one of the Egyptian ones? Like a stag beetle? Or a dung beetle? Guess you can tell that answer would be no. Unless it's something I'm just not familiar with as a slang term. Okay, just trying to even these legs out a little bit. Actually, now that you're saying it like that, it does ring a bell. It sounds like something I should know. But no, I have not. I will look that up though after. That has me curious. Really? I'll definitely have a look at that. I think I might have read that in one of my fly tying magazines, to be honest. I think is where it's catching my brain, but I can't recall for sure. That does sound like something my brain should have cataloged. Okay. Actually, I did a very similar one to that, but it was a scud that was tied that way, if I'm recalling the pattern correct. I think I know which one you're talking about now. But yeah, it's amazing how nice of a body you can actually make for either a scud or a beetle with just crystal flash. It's such a simple pattern. Or even like you can substitute it for cactus chenille if you don't have any crystal flash for some reason. Not that it's hard to come by crystal flash, but if you didn't, the two materials are very similar in a lot of ways. Okay, yeah, so this, tying all three of them in together with a figure eight actually seems to do better than singular. So there you go. Learned something new today. Just gonna do one more wrap here. Just feel like it needs the security. Or even just building the thickness up. Okay, and then down. I'm gonna throw 1/2 inch in there just to keep that tension off. Maybe 2/2 inches. Yeah, I'll add that on my things to check out tonight. 'Cause that does ring a bell. I have quite a bit of collection of fly tying magazines from my father-in-law, who had a lot of mid to southwestern fly tying books, so I got lots of cool patterns from that area. My brain wants to say that was one of them. Kind of cut the legs off a little bit on this side. I'm going to leave them a little bit on the long side as well so I can adjust them. Okay, we'll get our... Speaking of adjusting them, I just want to get them in the right orientation here before I pull that down. At least roughly. There we go. Just because it's going to cover them and make it a little harder to do after. Alright. So now I need to get my thread back up on that thorax lump. Pull these guys back a bit. So that is where we want to tie in our beetle top. There we go. Or shell in this case. Again, first wrap's going to be just a loose wrap with just the tension of the bobbin on it. Just so we can get everything lined up where we want. Why is that interrupting the legs so much? Try that again. Yeah, I mean, that looks good for me. Like that. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to just do increasing tension as we wrap down. Just adjusting the foam as we need to. And increasing the tension over 4 wraps will help us to not cut through that foam. Beauty, that'll work. Okay, we'll throw up another wanted to say pink, but that's not quite right. It's more like a salmon. Salmon orange. Salmon. It's not quite pumpkin. It's more got like the pinky, like salmon flesh color to it, which is wonderful for all sorts of salmon steelhead flies. It's a very useful color. We're going to tie that in and then we can fluff it out. So again, 4 wraps should get us there. But it's stiff enough that it's not going to go anywhere. These are just medium wraps right on top of each other. Okay, so once we get our 4 wraps in, we will do 2 more with more tension, and that will pull it up like so. And then 1 wrap behind, and then 1 wrap in front to stand it up. Okay, and then we'll pull the foam back and get 2 to 3 wraps around the eye to take the tension off. And before we wrap this out, I'm just going to throw a 1/2 hitch up front. Actually, we'll just get our 1/2 hitches done right now. You can basically just do that by feel like I did. You don't have to look at it too much. It'll give us a very beetle-y looking thorax too by all that thread work underneath. Okay. Legs look good. I'm actually really happy that one turned out well. Thread did pull that way just a hair there. Okay. So we're gonna cut this off. Again, we don't need a huge one. Some people like their indicators to be quite large. All depends on how good your eyeballs are and how windy of conditions you're floating in. A longer one will catch the wind quite a bit, substantially more. So if it's windy, you can always shorten them. You can't make them longer, so I'll leave it right about here. Pink. I'm shooting for roughly about the cone height on my 1/2 hitch tool. Right about there. That's perfect. And now we've got that tied in, we can fluff it out and we'll trim the end. Got a couple longer fibers here I'm gonna clean up, but it's pretty much fluffed up already, so. I'm just using a nylon brush for that. You can use Velcro. Definitely don't want to use a hard brush. A soft nylon should be more than enough because you're just separating the fiber. So even something like this where it's just a nice soft nylon brush. Most toothbrushes, if you have a soft toothbrush, work a treat for that kind of thing too. Like he was bringing up for the Beetle, we did a fly not too long ago because I still got a piece of it in my kit here. But this type of chenille actually works really well for the body on little beetles and stuff like this. This kind of brown with some peacock color UV mixed in really hits really well, especially if you're on a darker day. It just adds a little more flair. Okay, so got a little tag end of thread there, but I'm not going to worry about it. I think it'll be fine with the head cement on it. Alright. And as far as cutting off the foam here, it's personal preference, and if you want to go with a square cut or a round cut, you can use regular square scissors or flat scissors, or you can use the curved scissors to give you a little bit more of a rounded front. I like the square myself. It seems to pop water better, and it kind of looks like eye stalk. So I'm just pushing the scissors back till they hit the eye of the hook, holding this back. And you gotta kind of trust it and just go with it. Okay, we got another one, enough for probably 2 more out of that one. It's a very quick, simple, cool little pattern. This actually works really well with the thread body kind of thorax underneath, because that's exactly what those little beetles look like. They got that iridescent underbody. They have an iridescent shell as well. But the way this would be fished, they're not going to see the shell anyway. We're just looking for the silhouette. But I do tie these with a brain wants to say hackle, but it's not really. Like an overwrap of a peacock colored I do have a little tag end of thread there, don't I? That's good. He'll get all soaked down with the glue and he'll be fine. Like a little peacock colored overwrap of I guess mylar would be the more correct term for it, since it is a synthetic. We'll also say that this Sally Hansen's quick dry lives up to its name. It's much quicker than the regular Sally Hansen's. Not quite getting as much on there as I want. And once that dries, I'll trim that little thread piece off. I guess I didn't get it in there quite as tight as I thought I did when I trimmed it off, but that's fine. Not gonna hurt anything once that sets. There we go, little Black Foam Beetle. Wonderful little thing. He's gonna, oh, we'll have to trim his legs too. He's a little on the long side. And we're going to hold these back. Go a little bit ways past the... Try and hold them back all together. A little bit past the steel there. Past the shank. And just trim a little bit off. Don't need a whole lot off. There's the one side trim, the other side's a little longer. Do the same thing with this side. So I can do it on an angle so you guys can see. I'm just holding it back. I'm gonna go about like the width of my scissors from the end of the butt. It's a little bit longer than the butt. Trim those off. That way they're long enough that they're gonna get a good movement in, but they're also not going to get caught in the bend of the hook. Yeah, that actually worked really well. Figure 8 wrapping them like that seems to keep them spread out like just the right amount. Looks like a little spider legs. But yeah, the fly he was talking about, he didn't have crystal flash like this kind of flashy cactus chenille. It's a good substitute. It does kind of the same job. Crystal flash will give you a much nicer, tighter body though when you're wrapping it though. It actually makes it really good. Like a lot of people use it as a, adding it in as, well, flash. But it does make a wonderful body wrap for all sorts of different flies actually, because it's basically just a mylar. Okay. I'm gonna try and cut that off now that it's setting in there a bit. See if I can get that little thread off. There we go. Let's put a little dab of head cement on top now. Cut that. Should be just fine. These silicone legs really don't like the Sally Hansen, so it turns them white. I'm trying to be mindful not to get any on there. There we go, that's much better. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful Tuesday. Not quite hump day, that's only we're getting there, we're only a couple hours away. Okay, RT. And happy St. Patrick's Day for everyone. In hindsight, I probably should have done a green fly. But I'm wearing my green shirt, so that works. Pink. Okay, one more here. Move the legs out of the way. There we go. All their friends in there. And I should actually, or maybe I'll do that. I was thinking maybe I should actually put these in here when it's smaller flies like this and have them kind of staggered. Not that it really matters, but their legs wouldn't be hitting each other. Just gonna do that quick here and see if it makes any difference really. I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but there you go. Okay. Keep forgetting I got this new tool caddy up front here, and I keep putting my tools back. Oh, that's a bad thing, but I keep putting them back in on my desk. I'm trying to get out of the habit of doing that so my tools are more up front and accessible, so I'm not turning sideways all the time. But it's habit. Yeah, let's get one more hook in here. Come on, you. There we go. Okay, let's get her done. Get our thread wrap on. So again, we're going to start off with 2/3, 1/3 mark. 2/3 being the back of the body. Get a nice thread wrap all the way down. We're going to go into the bend just past the barb on the hook. Right about there. Okay. Now look at that piece of foam that we were finishing up with. Again, 2mm black foam. Cut to the gap height of the hook. We're going to use our bent scissors, or curved scissors, I guess would be a more correct term. And we're going to cut this off at the length of the shank, leaving a good bit of foam there. It's not too thin. If you go too thin, it'll just cut through and won't really help you any. But for the cut portion, we want it to be the shank length. So you see I want a little bit long there, so I'm just going to nip off the tip, which is fine. And that's more the shank length right there. That'll help to build up the body and also secure our foam on. Okay, this looks like the nicer parts on the bottom. Most craft foam will have a front and a back side, or top and bottom, where it's been finished. So you just want the finished side while you're tying it in to be down, and the non-finished side to be up. And as you tie it in, the nice side will be on the top when you flip it over. Okay, I just want to finish just past the barb. So there are like 2 wraps there will probably get me there. Yeah, that looks good. Let's pull it over and have a look, make sure everything's straight, centered, looks good. And then back up where we started, we'll get those peacocks tied in. So again, 3 to 4. We're gonna go with 3. 1. That one's broken. Two, 3. We're going to be tying these in tip forward. There we go. And I'm just going to break the tips off. Just run it along your fingernail. You can use scissors if you want, but this is a great way to tell where the most brittle part is. You can see there it broke different places, so I want to make sure that the closest brittle part is where we start. So we don't break it as we're tying it in. That'll drastically reduce your peacock breakage. Okay, back up. That's where we're going to tie it off. You can chase this with a piece of thread, with a piece of copper. A lot of people will do that. I'm not going to bother, because the overwing will hold it in on this pattern quite well if it does break. You'll just end up with a little piece of peacock sticking out, almost like an extra leg, which won't cause any trouble. It's a pretty durable fly for a dry popper fly like this. Yeah, that body turned out pretty good. I'm happy with that. Nice thick peacock body, that went well. Catch that end, tie it off. Just back wrap it a little bit. Beauty. Happy with that. Okay, so now we gotta tie our legs in. Just gonna make a little thorax spot here for the legs with the thread. There we are, kind of up to that 1/3 mark. Now we'll get our legs again. These were them. There's 2 of them. Oh, my dog is dreaming. I don't know if you can hear him or not. Sure, he's doing something amazing, like battling a T-Rex. Okay, so it's gonna be a figure 8. Just gonna do 2 kind of moderate wraps across. 1 wrap in front of it just to lock that in. Or 2 wraps in front of it to lock it in. And then do the other side of the figure 8 this way. Should pull this side this way. There we go. And we'll just keep that up. So 2 wraps that way, and 2 wraps behind. It's these wraps behind or in front, like your perpendicular wraps, not the cross wraps, that actually do the binding down. The cross wraps are just holding it in. Nope, I'm actually going the wrong way there. I'm gonna go this way. These cross wraps that are going across, that are making your kind of figure 8, aren't actually, they're just holding it down on that axis, and then it's your wraps in front and behind that actually tighten that up and bind it in. So they're important. A lot of people will just cross hatch, cross hatch, cross hatch. And not do those locking wraps. Okay, I'm just going to build up a little flat in front here so we don't have too much of a cone going on. But yeah, overall those guys look pretty good. Happy with that. Just gonna wriggle them down a bit. Okay, pin them back and we'll get rid of that big ledge we got going on there. Fix that up. So we're going to tie in our foam mat next. That's better. Okay, then we'll bring our foam body over. Do our light wrap on top, just to hold all that in. And this is just going to be for just the weight of the bobbin on this one. Just to get placement. That's a little off. So we don't want to crease the foam yet until we get it right where we want it. I'm going to try and hold this and turn it, but it always seems to move on me. There we go. So you can see. And your main thing is you just want to get it flat centered in front of those legs and not too far down if you do have a bit of a dip there on the cone, so it doesn't slide forward too much on you. Now we're going to do 4 wraps with increasing tension. Okay, each one's a little tighter than the last. That'll stop you from cutting through your foam nearly as bad. Okay, then we'll get our salmon colored yarn up here. And next time I'll just leave them all together instead of separating them like this, because it turned out that 4 actually was the perfect amount. I thought half of that would have done, but here we are. Again, loose wrap. We're just going to straighten it. And then 4, again, increasing tension wraps. Just adjusting the shell. There we are. Okay, now I'm going to do 2 really good tight wraps here, and that'll stand it up. Okay, and then a wrap behind and a wrap in front. And it's important that they're all falling into that crease there. You're not making a second crease. Good deal. Okay, pulling that forward, getting several wraps around the hook eye and around the shank. Careful not to cut into the foam, and that'll lock it in, take the tension off that spot. Okay, and we're going to get our half-hitch tool, get a bunch of half-hitches in there, and then we'll finish the fly out. So I'm going to do 5 half-hitches. Once I get the legs out of the thread, there we are. Half-hitch the leg up to the eyeball, that would be bad. Okay, and I'm just going to feel for the eye, get it in there, and pull it back. Stay out of my way. There. That'll be more than enough to hold it in there. But if you want to be mean to yourself, you can throw in a whip finish on there just by holding the back like this and whip finishing on an angle. That works too. Just haven't really found a need for it for this pattern. Okay, so we got those in. I'm just going to cut that off. We'll start cleaning it up now. Okay, so we'll get this cut and brushed. And I'm going to just grab this and just lightly twist it, just to bundle everything together. I'm going to cut it off. Yeah, right about there. And then just brush this guy out, make him all nice and floofy. Nice little indicator. Again, depending how blind you are or the fishing conditions, you can change the indicator's size and color to meet your needs. And I'll just get rid of a few of the long stranglers. There. Beauty. Okay, and we're going to trim the legs and the foam now. So for the foam, we're just going to follow this back, hit the end with our scissors. Right there. And just one cut, commit to it. Cute. Okay. Same thing with the rubber legs. We're going to grab those, pin them back here, and about the thickness of my cutting scissors there, past it. It's not a long ways past, but just a little ways past. And then trim. And same for these guys. Back, a little ways past, and trim. That way they're long enough that they're going to move around a good bit, but they're short enough that they're not going to get tangled in the bend of your hook, which can stop you from getting a nice hookup for your fish. This one here looks like it moved just a bit, so I'm just going to trim a hair off of it. This one's separated a little bit more than I'd like for the fluff, but again, it's just an indicator, so don't make any difference. That's a little better. Here we go. A black, what are we calling this? Black Foam Beetle. I don't know if that is the proper name for it or not, but it represents a little pine beetle. Cute little thing. Wonderful little fly. Okay, that'll be the 5th one for that box, so we can try out some other variations on the pattern here. Just gonna do a little spin and spiel on this guy. Be back in a moment. And the vise today, we have a little black foam beetle. This has a peacock body all the way up to the thorax, some black 2mm foam over top of the back for the shell back, and cut off square up front for the little head and eyes, and a little indicator of yellow, kind of salmon colored, sorry, not yellow, but more like a salmon orange indicator on the top. Nice little rubber legs, ties it all off. This is an excellent imitation for a pine beetle, which will migrate and come in the tens of thousands when they come, and they'll just be all over the place. They're an excellent little pattern to have. It's not necessarily a hatch, but a migration, and when they do show up in the area, you definitely want to have a couple of these in your box. Wonderful little pattern, fun little tie, excellent little dude. Thanks kindly. Okay, we'll pop him in the box here. Okay, he's gonna go hang out with his friends. Oop, there you go, one box done. I'm just gonna fix his legs up a bit so I don't get all weird. I think I like that little V shape like this, eh? And they all kind of have their own little room. I might move that forward a little bit more. Yeah, I'm liking that. That's actually kind of cool. And they all got their own little space. That looks good. I like that. Okay, so we're going to start off another one here. I'm going to grab some different materials to do that peacock on the back. I'll get everyone to hold with me for a moment where I'll have a break. I'm going to grab some more tea and bathroom break and all that good stuff because we've been going for a little over 2 hours now. So I'm just going to grab myself a little 5-minute break and we'll be back with the materials and whatnot. Thanks all for hanging out. I'll be back in a moment. And we're back and not muted anymore. Hey, Luca. Yeah, man, I have problems with... who doesn't have problems with autocorrect, though? Like, really? Ugh. Sometimes it's super handy. Other times, like you said, it just makes you look worse. Okay, so there's quite a few... there's quite a number of... I guess options or variations that you can do on the body material for this. So we're gonna go over a few options that I like to do with these guys, and just because I got some extra material out here, just gonna open up a fresh drink out of tea, but I'm gonna go with drink. Oh, nice and cold. Mer. Good stuff. Alright, so same thing, we're going to start with our Uni 6, yeah, Uni 6 Aught and Black. Looks like we got Maddie pop in while I was gone. Oh, it's 6 a.m. I always have to remind myself that you're on the opposite time frame. Good to have you in, Maddie, and good to have you in, Luca, of course. So we're going to do the same thing as we did with the others, though, with the thread body. We're just going to bring it back just past the bend so that we're past the burb. A few more wraps will get us there. Beauty. That's perfect. And all the way back up again. Alright, so for this one, it's a little bit different in that we're going to be tying in some colored mylar. And I pretty much got this stuff just kind of for this thing for beetle bugs. It works okay for nymphs too. I've used it on a few nymphs. It's neat stuff. I haven't found it in any of my local fly shops. The only place I've found it is Temu. But yeah, Pro Fly Tying Materials. That's the stuff here. And it's this wonderful Peacock translucent mylar stuff. It's just absolutely great for what we're doing here. Comes in 4 or 5 different sizes. This is one of the larger ones. We would just want that cap shine of that stuff. Works a treat for this. We don't need a whole lot either. Yeah, it's 1 in the morning there. What time is it here? It's only 11 here. I'm getting there though. Okay, so I kind of damaged the bottom part here, even though I can use probably that bottom section. I got a gob of this, so we're just going to be cutting a bunch off here. This comes in a couple different flavors from 1 or 2 different overseas companies. I prefer this one over the other 2. Not that there's one's really better than the other, but the difference I'll show you in a second here once I get a chunk cut off. Try not to wreck that bottom bit too much. There we go. There's 2 companies. One has this wonderful, and I do use this for nymphs, but it has this wonderful copper undertone to it, which works really well for many different flies too. Besides, the other nice thing is this is translucent. I know it's hard to tell on the camera. It has a little bit of a metal foil in the middle of it, but if you get enough light behind it, I don't have, my filming lights aren't strong enough, but you can actually see through it. So if you're using this copper color on a nymph for like the, like a copper john or something like that, and you're using it as the overcap on the thorax, the little bit of peacock undercolor comes through the copper, and it's just like, it looks so nice. So I could really care less that it's a overseas product, because I haven't found anything that has this really nice translucent color to it that isn't made in China. So there you go. Take it for what you will. It's awesome, and I don't know why it's not in any of my local fly shops, because it's a really cool material. And it's cheap as all get out, and it works really well. The kind of one thing I'm going to struggle with here, which is always a bit of a struggle, is getting this to tie in so it's not on one side or the other. So just give me a second. Yeah, I did see the other colors. I have only tried this one because I have these specific patterns, like I said, that I'll tie it with it, for. But I've seen it in like a blue, and I've seen it in, like I was mentioning, there was another company that makes it with a blue backing, and it does have more of a blue cast to it than this copper one does. Yeah, that'll be fine. I don't want to go too far back. And get a couple good wraps right there so that it's not going to pull up. So you can actually get quite a bit of torque on this thing. Okay, I'm going to pop that in my material clip. Oh, cat, not right now. Come on, go. Get out of here. 1 second. I'm sorry, kitty. She's just in a mood, and I know she's going to jump all over everything, so she's going to have to go lay down for a bit. Okay, so now we got that tied in. We got our foam, again, 2mm black foam. We're going to cut it off. White? Really? I got the blue and I got the green. And I guess I got the copper, technically. I didn't see any white though. I do like the white for like bait fish patterns. It's really good for like the belly area. I'll have to look into that, see if I can find some. Okay. Cool. I'll have to check that. I'm guessing it's just, you know, your regular overseas haunts, right? Okay, so we're going to cut that off, and I want to have it the length of the shank, which probably just a hair over again. Easier to be over than under, because I can always just nip the tip. Okay, and the nicer end of the foam is it underneath? It's hard to tell sometimes. Nope, it's on top. Alright. Again, doesn't make a huge difference, it'll just make your fly that little bit nicer. Okay, I'll check Team out. I got a whole bunch of credit I need to use up there. Actually, the last, wasn't quite the last hook order. Oh, was it in like a, I don't want to say a kit, but like, you know, it comes in like a, do I have that other one kicking around here? No, I don't. But like a plastic kind of box is like a set, I guess would be a proper word for it. There, perfect. So I just want to make sure it's in there nice and square, like it is. And we got that little strip of Peacock going off the bottom. And for this one, instead of Peacock, I'm actually going to tie in this cactus chenille. It might be a little bit... Yeah, cool, okay. I think I might have seen that then. I might have almost bought it last time. I got a similar set that was just colored wire. So it had like your, you know, your green, I think it had some blue, copper, of course, some light tan. But it was all just copper wire. And when I picked it up, it was actually made in, okay, I'll look for that. But yeah, the wire one I picked up, surprising when I did get it, it was actually made in Britain, of all places. So you can get some interesting stuff on Temu. But it was Riverfront Wire and Wraps, I think, or something along those lines. Oh, right, I don't want to... Hold on. Thought I was tying in Peacock. Not paying attention, so we want to get this wire, or our thread all the way back. Okay. It's always good to have color variations like that, because you can use it like as an accent. It doesn't necessarily have to match what you're tying, but it's always nice to, because your materials are kind of like the oil paints of a painter, right? So it's nice to have as many variations as you can. And you never know when you're going to use something, or something like that will just be like the perfect, color variation, right? I know Temu gets a lot of shade, but it's just materials. It's just a product like anything else. It really doesn't matter. Especially for natural materials. Like I get some really nice feathers from there. It doesn't matter if the goose is from China or the goose is from India or the goose is from somewhere in Central America. It doesn't matter. It's still a goose. Okay, I'm just gonna wrap this up body here. It's probably a hair thicker. I would have used a micro chenille, but I have this little piece left, so that's what we're going with. Because I got it hanging handy. Yeah, you just need to know what to use it for, and that's what I was saying. It's like paint for a painter, right? Like, if you look at some of the greatest painters that ever lived, they mix their own paint. Like, they would use even like egg yolks and egg whites to change the consistency of a paint. They would spend a ridiculous amount of time making their own paints up from this or that and changing the formula. And I think we do kind of the same thing with materials, right? If it's not exactly what you want, then you add or take away to try and get it as close as you can to what it was you were looking for. Yeah, you gave me that idea, so I thought It's true, you do need to know. Like, I've definitely bought a few things where it's like, wow, I'm never going to use that, it's kind of garbage. And some stuff where it's like, wow, this is really nice. I'm just going to melt this, just give it a quick little boop, boop. Just don't want them sticking out through the thread. There we go. Yeah, so this is like we were talking about with Gills and Thrills there earlier. He was saying about the wrapping the body with my brain wants to say Flashaboo, but it's getting late. Not Flashaboo, the other stuff. Flash. And I was saying the cactus chenille kind of gives like the same idea. Same thing. Okay, so we're going to wrap in the legs now. I think I got just enough legs left here to make this one work. And yeah, like, especially when you're talking synthetics, like the vast majority of synthetic stuff that we use for fly tying was never meant for fly tying. It was something else at some point. It was yarn or wool for a rug or a different industry, and then we find it and use it, and then it turns into a fly tying material. You know, like these rubber legs I'm using were something completely different before they were rubber legs. And having a prejudice against one form of purchase and one or another does not help anyone. Come on now. Okay, so I'm just figure 8 wrapping this, or at least attempting to. It's kind of bouncing all over on me. I think the more important thing was, like Luca was saying, is knowing what you want out of the material and what you don't, and overcoming any of the weirdness that might be in the material, like these legs that drive me nuts. I know what I want them to do. In either case, I'm just gonna figure 8 wrap them a number of times to get them to do what I want them to do. And they will be just fine. But yeah, I was really surprised that the wire that I bought there was from Britain, and yeah, and that always gets me. But I mean, it's the internet, you're gonna run into those kind of people. The keyboard warriors, right? And it's one of those weird things that it's like, why are you even doing that? Why do you care? It's like, it's an art form, right? No one's gonna tell you what's right or wrong about it. Oh, good stuff. All right. Well, this part can be a little on the tricky side because we're gonna get both of these pulled over. I'm gonna do the shell back first. The tricky part is really just getting it to tie in and keeping it straight. Yeah, and what works for one person might not work at all for the next, and so on and so forth, right? Yeah, or just do something that someone else hasn't done yet. Nothing wrong with that. I said there's at some point there was the first person to grab foam like this and put it on a fly and make a fly out of it. It wasn't, it wasn't meant for from a fly shop. Someone had to figure it out the first time. Same with rubber legs too, right? There's always some guy in his basement that was the first guy to do it. Whoever he may be. Sorry, dog, you're gonna have to wait a minute. Yeah. It actually works well. You can get it, if you can't find, they sell it in like ribbon form too if you have trouble finding it in that form. Do it. Okay, I just pulled it back and tied it back. That'll just stop it from pulling through as bad. And then I'm gonna cut this off. This will all get hidden with the fluff anyway, so it really don't matter. You don't have to be too precise there. But hopefully you guys saw what I did there. I didn't really do it on the camera. You can see that it's pulled across the back. Looks like I got it pretty straight. I think. Looks good to me. Now it's probably not picking up on the camera as well. These translucent reflective stuff never really picks up on the camera like it does in real life, but it doesn't look too bad. You can see it flashing there. But yeah, it's just the way cameras are, right? They never pick that kind of stuff up. It's like trying to take a picture of a full moon or something, or like the Northern Lights or fireworks or anything. It's never quite the same. Alright, so we're gonna do the same. I think for this one I'm actually gonna go with the red here. So I got a bunch of red, and we'll brush that out. I love seeing people come up with new stuff. I mean, I do a lot of traditional tying on here, but I do like the non-traditional stuff is what makes me smile. But I think all the traditional tying I have done gives me a different, a perspective on what I'm looking for in new materials. So I think there's definitely a place for the traditional tying for sure. Because even though like with a traditional fly that they tied back then, I'm sure I've run into Gil's channel. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head, but I'm drawing a blank. I will have to check him out after. I'm sure I've seen his channel floating around. Okay, and then two more on top here to kind of pop it up. Just gonna hold those there. Yeah, exactly. But I think like it's kind of like learning like math in school or something. You know, just it helps you with a foundation for what you're looking for all that stuff, And it's definitely not necessary, but well, maybe it is necessary, but it helps you with all the fundamentals of what works. And we're going to go quite a bit shorter on that after I fluff it out, but we're going to get this tied off first. This really wants to move around. I better get this tied in here. Come on, stay in there. I think I got that one on. Felt like I did anyway. Let's try it again. No, I think I missed it. Let me try that again. Yeah, and like once you have those, and they don't necessarily have to come from classic flies, but the classic flies have all the kind of basic stuff. I'm really having trouble getting that. One second. Feels like it's slipping over the eye. Of course, being buried in there, I can't really see it. Yeah, that one felt better. I think I got it there. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's basically a pine beetle, right? And they have that metallic, really metallic back. I didn't tie him on the first. Well, you've seen him. Look, I won't bother pulling him out. But that first set I didn't bother with that metallic on the back because fish don't see the back anyway. It's just a silhouette of the beetle bottom. Okay, there. I think I got enough on that one. Let's do one more. Why not? Not gonna hurt anything. But yeah, it's a pine beetle, so very similar to like spruce beetles and all sorts of other beetles that eat and destroy the trees. Okay, let's get the let's brush that out first and then do the legs. So I'm just gonna give it a little brush first and then we'll pull it up and trim it. Probably could have tightened that a little bit more. He's almost the length where I'd want him to be honest, but I'm gonna make him a little shorter if I can. There we go. Still got a few longer fibers. Just gonna kind of hand trim this one a little bit more. It's hard to grab the whole bunch together and get it even when it's already short like that. Such a bright color like red, you really don't need this indicator to be terribly big. It's probably actually a little bit on the big side. Yeah, I think of like the whole kind of central west coast gets them. Like they're an important part of the ecosystem, but they do cause a lot of damage when we don't get heavy enough winters to kill them off. Okay, so I'm actually going to cut this front first. Yeah, it's true. Because a lot of people, well, just in general, don't pay attention to the insect world in general, let alone what they're actually doing and accomplishing. Yeah, I could have probably torqued down on that just a little bit tighter. Just trying to get the loose, longer stuff out. There, I'm being fussy with it now. That's more than fine. Okay, so I'm just gonna pull these guys back. They're pretty much right where I want them to be. Just gonna clip a little bit off the butt. There we go. That's fine. Same with the other side. Nah, nothing weird with that. That's how you find the cool stuff. Forget bugs, you can find all sorts of neat stuff doing it. Right? That kind of stuff is what got me into like metal detecting and whatnot. So you can find all sorts of neat stuff. Yeah, they winter up here, so they'll land up here in the fall, kind of end of summer. And they'll burrow under the trees and then they'll winter in the trees. Just trying to get these legs to separate a little bit more than they are. Doesn't really matter though, they're going to pulsate in the water anyway. They just look better in the box when they're separate, but yeah, there you go. Cute little dude. I would have liked this. This is a little bit on the softer side. If I use I would have actually liked the more modern Fentex. Actually, would have splayed a little better. The old Fentex doesn't as well, as you can tell. You have to get it down pretty tight and crunch those fibers together. I didn't get it tight enough, but Not too worried about it, like I said. Just an indicator. Yeah, like, you know, when they do come, they come in the like thousands. They're just friggin' everywhere. So you will get them landing in the water, and the fish will eat them because they're tasty little morsels. I'm trying to get my camera light to hit that stripe on the back. Oh, that's a little better. Now you can see it better. But yeah, there you go. That's a type of a pine beetle. I prefer the red indicator on it. You can see it in almost any water, like in my opinion, and it's always just a good attractor color anyway. And it floats like a cork. Not that this thing would sink really with that much rubber on it and foam. Yeah, happy with that. Maybe I'll do up a couple of these like that. I don't have a whole lot left. I got enough to do probably one body wrap of that, and then we can switch to a different color. Got another box here though. It's gonna be a little annoying to get open. Yeah, speaking of another Temu find, you can get these little fly boxes there. Like I said, they're pretty cheap. They're under $1. I think they're like 70 cents. And if you're selling flies or giving them away, this is perfect because it fits 5 flies. You know, it's a little bit taller than the average other containers, so you can fit dry flies and stuff in without mucking the hackle up. And they're just long enough to fit like a jig in. So yeah, good little things. And they come with the foam, which is nice. I mean, you can always cut your own foam, but I mean, for that price, why not let them do the cutting for you? Oh, okay, 1 second. I keep forgetting to do my spin and spiels here, and I like the color of this one, so I want to do a spin and spiel on it. Give me a moment, we'll get that done. See if I got light. Yeah, it's catching the light there. Okay, just because he's different than the other guys, so we may as well get one of him in there. Okay, be right back. And in the vise today, we have a type of Black Foam Beetle. This one is representing a pine beetle with a nice little over shell of, it's like a mylar, peacock color mylar. Over the top, we got some cactus chenille, which is in a kind of a muddy brown peacock, with a whole bunch of UV in the bottom, and some black rubber legs over top. The shell is a 2mm black foam tied up over top with a red puff indicator on top of the thorax area there. Wonderful little pattern. When these guys are migrating, you know, tens of thousands of them, and just having a bunch of different ones in your box, it'll be great when that migration happens and they're just everywhere. The fish will be chomping these up. Wonderful little thing. Add a couple to your box, eh? There we go, and we're back. I can put them back in the box. Thanks for holding on there for me for a minute. Oh, there he is. Just gonna adjust his legs a little bit so I don't get all weird on me. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking for little solutions to put your flies in for whatever, this is a good one. The only downside of these is if you're sending them like standard letter mail or oversized letter mail, they are just a hair too thick to go through the letter mail, so they'll have to be sent parcel. But if you're selling them or using them like, you know, for giving out to people or whatever, they're worth a treat for that. And the price is right, they're cheap. always annoying when the packaging you have to send something in costs more than what the thing is you're putting in the packaging. No worries. It's just really nice and quick and easy for me, and for the people that miss the lives too, it's just a quick way for them to, you know, see what we're doing on see the finished fly. And the shorts do okay, like numbers wise, but they definitely don't get as much, you know, traction as other things. But I'm happy with them, and I like doing them. If I had all the time in the world, I'd do separate ones with the actual tying process. But the editing just takes so much time on them. Oh my god, cat. Sorry. Okay, so I'm gonna bring it up about here. Yeah, there we go. So I'll just try and go for like the same as the last one. I got enough material to do 2 of those. And then we'll change it up for the other 3. And make this kind of a mixed box, I suppose. I don't think I have that cactus chenille floating around. That might have been the end of that bag. Okay, let's get another bit here for the foam. I know, cat. She gets super squirrely late at night. I don't know why, but she does. Yeah, you. Leave me alone. So I'm very careful, like I don't... She normally doesn't do anything with my materials, but I just don't like her up here while I'm tying, because I'm very careful not to have any open hooks out, but I mean, she could still get herself caught on something. But I'm very careful not to leave stuff out so that she can't, but she loves to just jump up here. And or knock my tee over or something. She's normally a lot more graceful. She doesn't normally knock things over, but okay, so we're making a point on it just like the last one. Finding our nicer edge. Which actually looks like it's this side. I thought it was the other way around. Oh, we gotta tie in our flasher first. My bad. The only thing I found with this stuff, which isn't necessarily a downside, but it's not thick, but it's very stiff. So it works, actually, that's a benefit for it for overwraps like this, because it helps to keep it straight and lined up, but it really doesn't like to, if you were trying to bend it and wrap it around the hook, that first bend you always end up with a weird kind of kink to it. Kind of like the really old school tin Mylar is a lot like that. So again, it goes back to that kind of conversation we were having with the old school techniques and learning new things. I have a good bit of experience tying with the old tin Mylar, and this stuff is very similar if you're using it as a body wrap. Yeah, that's true. I got an old cat too, named Cat. And yeah, he will be crazy sometimes. Yeah, I don't mind when she's not in a stupid mood like that. She'll just sit here and watch me tie, and she won't be any problem at all. But yeah, I was just we kind of touched on that when I started tying the first one, and for whatever reason, this stuff and the rubber legs is slightly different than the other stuff I was using. I think it has just more. Latex is the wrong word, but it has more, what's the other thing than latex? Silicone. I think it has more silicone in it, because when I hit it up with the Sally Hansen's, it turns it white and causes all sorts of weirdness to start happening out of it, so being very careful where I'm putting the glue. But yeah, with the other foam and the other rubber legs I was using, which was actually rubber, you could tell just by the smell more than anything. But like the square rubber legs, like you get out of a bungee cord or whatnot, that works fine with Sally Hansen's. It doesn't seem to have a negative impact. But this stuff, on the other hand, does not seem to like Sally Hansen's. I gotta be careful with it. But yeah, normally I'd throw a little dab of glue down just to hold it in place, and it helps to stop it from rolling too, as well. Like just after you do your thread base, just do a little light glue. Yeah, this stuff is very much more silicone-y. It's very smooth. It's actually kind of hard to tie in, but it's also stretchier. Like it's not as brittle as the rubber. It has a very small window of breaking, where this stuff has a lot more stretch to it. So I'm hoping it's more durable that way. Okay, this might be a little hard to tie in because I just got this little toot of a piece left here, but that should be enough for that little body. I don't think I'm going to get 2 flies out of it, but I'm definitely going to get 1. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know the head cement has acetone in it. I'm assuming Sally Hansen's must have some acetone in it. I was using the quick dry, which actually is I'm really enjoying it. It works just as well as the regular one, but it dries substantially faster. You almost have to be ready. It's quite a bit quicker, which is good for my purposes, but I'm just looking for my little hackle pliers here, because it's going to be a stubby little dude, and I want to try and get all the wraps I can out of it. There we go. This will work. I still think I got more than enough there. I just want to be on the safe side. See if I can grab the inner strand. There. I think we got her. Okay, I'm just gonna twist this up a little bit here. And we'll fluff it out. I think we'll be good. Really just filling this up for a nice body wrap, so I don't need to cover every square millimeter of it. Oh yeah, that'll work fine. We're good. Root beer. Thank you. I was trying to remember the name of this one. I knew it wasn't Peacock, but it was like muddy brown. I was trying to remember the name of it. Root beer. Thank you. That's exactly what it is. It's a wonderful color. I think that was the last of what I had. I'll have to see if I can get some more of it, because yeah, it's very, very good for many different patterns. It's a really good color. Okay, I'm just gonna burn this again here. I got a few sticking forward, and this is probably the easiest way to just deal with them quickly. Otherwise, you never quite get them in. Like, even though you can thread wrap them down, they always find a way to kind of poke through. But if you melt them down, they curl up, and then they're much easier to wrap in. Okay. Still get that one right here. I know I'm totally fussing over something that no one's ever going to see because it's going to have foam over top of it, but you know, whatever's. Alright, so we'll get our rubber legs in here. Got two long ones and one short one left, so let's see how this goes. Oh, okay, good to know, because I seen it there, but I wasn't sure, because that's one thing I've bought before that was on the cheaper side, and it wasn't worth buying, was cactus chenille. Like, sometimes it just kind of falls apart, if you know what I mean. But if you say it's good enough, I'll try some and see how it goes. Cause yeah, it's just one of those things that I've bought and it was like, wow, that was a waste of money. Because the wrapping is too loose, or you know, the type of thread they use is just bad and it just kind of falls apart once it gets wet. So it's one of those things you gotta test out, right? Many moons ago, I'm trying to remember the name of the fly, but it's basically like a yellow woolly bugger. So it's got yellow chenille, a red tail, like a red tip, and then just regular red hackle or brown hackle wrapped up the body. And it's a very common pattern around here. I don't recall the actual name of it, if it has an actual name. It's just a very common pattern. And I tied up a whole bunch of them for an order for this older gentleman. And I think it was like probably 13 or 14 at the time. And I bought a whole bunch of this yellow chenille because I knew that this was a really common pattern. And I wanted to tie a good amount of them. And the chenille I bought just... Yeah, Royal Cis is pretty good. I didn't mind their thread too, actually. I bought some Royal Cis thread and it was... For GSP, because I'm not a huge GSP fan, but for GSP, it was really nice thread. And I got some of their, I think it was called Big Game thread or something, but basically just like heavy denier GSP for spinning deer hair and stuff like that, and it worked pretty good. I was quite happy with it. And cheap, and very durable. And their spools are pretty good too, actually. Sometimes you get a bad spool that's got like burrs in it and stuff, but I haven't had any problems with it. And what else did I get that I liked theirs? Their rabbit dubbing actually isn't that bad. For their hare's mask dubbing, it is actually pretty good, considering it's kind of a more mass-produced dubbing. I'm just going to cut these legs off because they're too long anyway. Go right there. Okay, I'll get this tied in here. I think those legs are good. But yeah, the Royal Sis stuff is pretty good, and I've been okay with their hooks as well. Generally, the hooks that I've gotten from their sellers have been decent. They're the ones that are actually labeled as like fly tying hooks. Oh, that was the other thing. When I did an order, it wasn't like my last order, it was like a few orders ago. It was being sold as a saltwater fly tying hook, but it was actually, when I ended up getting it, because they were just, you know, they look like just bulk hooks, but they were actually just Mustang, like full-on branded Mustang from Germany, saltwater stainless steel hooks. I was blown away for the price too. They were like, I don't know, 15 cents a piece or something, and it's like, wow, no, these are like legitimate full-on Mustang hooks in the old school Mustang box, so they must have been some kind of like, yeah, for the price it's really good. One thing I was doing for a long time to get different colored dubbing was just buying the rabbit zonker strips and cutting those up. If you just need a little bit of dubbing in a certain color, it's an excellent, easy way to do it. But yeah, I got, it's a ways away from me here, but maybe on the next stream I'll bring them out when you're on there, Luca, and I can show you. But they were like full-on branded Mustang hooks for like 10 cents a hook. And they were a good size hook too. They were like, what were they now? Like can't remember if they were 1 or a 2, but like something I'd tie a small steelhead fly with. So I was very happy. It's gonna turn into some good stuff. I wish I ordered more once I found out. I was like, dang, those are like really cheap for what that is. So you win some, you lose some. Okay, so we're gonna wrap this up. And I'm assuming it was just like new old stock or whatever, because they're older. They were clearly older cardboard, because they even came in like the cardboard Mustang boxes that they used to have them in, like not the plastic ones. There was still the old cardboard branded Mustang boxes, and they're not like knockoff Mustangs, because I've seen those. Like they were good quality. They were nice and thick, and you can tell. I mean, when you tied with Mustang for years. Yeah, no, I got what you're saying. No worries. That's really too bad, because yeah. There we go. There we go. It just adds that, like, so much flash to the top there, and it, like, I do the same thing with a number of nymph patterns, and it just looks so nice on the nymphs. Gives it like a really good pop of color, especially if you're doing like a dry dropper kind of rig, which we can't do in Canada, but you know, if you do, if you're not here, a lot of people do that still. And yeah, we're gonna go with the red here again. Just gonna trim this off so we got a nice clean top. And you can adjust this indicator for size and color and height and everything. Yeah, I was blown away. It's just like, you figure if it was a Mustang hook that they were selling overstock, that they would have listed it as that, because you'd get more people buying it. But I think a lot of times they don't know even what they're selling in some cases, because like you said, it's overstock and they just get a you know, a shipping container full of stuff and they rebrand it, resell it. But that was a happy accident, that's for sure. I love old like vintage Mustang hooks. Those are my favorite of any hook. Just because that's what I learned to tie on. So okay, I'm gonna get this much tighter this time so it'll stand up more. Try not to cut through the foam, hopefully. It's about as tight as I can go. That's much better than it was last time, so yay! One behind it, one in front of it, and then we're good. Yeah, no, I saw them too, and I didn't jump on that. I kind of wish I did. I don't have any loon stuff, but if I was gonna use some branded stuff, I don't mind the look and everything. They can. It really depends. It's a bit of a catch-22 in my opinion, because they'll catch a better price, but then it's like, are you gonna make that back? Yeah. So like certain people will like certain brands, and they'll be willing to pay more for that brand, but the question is, are you gonna make that back? Because buying the brand in, say, a 50 pack or something, if you're lucky, a 50 pack, a lot of times you're buying them in 15s or 25s, and you might be paying, you know, $1 to $2 compared to 10 or 20 cents per hook, and people will pay a premium for that, but are they going to pay more than that $2? Exactly, that's the problem. Is like, you might get more sale there, you might get people asking for it, but when you tell them, well, it'll be an extra, you know, $2 a fly, they're going to be like, well, no. The people that know, though, the people that know that, like, the cost involved won't argue with you, but the average person just sees 2 flies and 2 hooks and they look the same. You know, they're probably just going to go with the one that's $2 cheaper. But yeah, it all depends on your customer, right? And what they're looking for. Yeah, that's very true. Again, it just depends on your client and what they're looking for and what they've been through. And some people will be more than happy to pay the extra money knowing that it's not going to come apart after they get 5 or 6 casts in. But some people just like to buy them for the sake of buying them and just having them in a box, and they almost never intend to use them. They just like to collect them, just like anything else in the world that people collect. Yeah, I mean, there's lots. And if you look at like the process that they go through to make the hooks, it makes sense. Like, most of the higher end stuff are kind of almost handmade. And it has a lot to do with the tempering and the type of steel that they're using, so they can get a harder temper on it. And it really depends on the type of fish you're going for too. I mean, if you're only landing like 1-2 pound trout, you're never gonna bend even a crappy hook, really. Like, as long as you got your drag and everything set correctly, it's not really gonna be an issue. Your, 5 or 3 pound test line is gonna break long before your hook's ever gonna bend out. But if you're getting up into the like 5, 6, 7, 15 pound, steelhead or some bigger predator fish, or like you're just going for your personal best, then yeah, you're gonna want bigger. That's true. Again, I tied this just a little too short to really get a good grip on it. Figured I'd learn the first time, eh? No. There, I cut it. I didn't really get it exactly where I wanted it, but I'll trim it up a little bit. Oh, that's so cool, Luca. I'm glad it's working out good for you. The other thing about tying like that too is it's like, if you're doing like I'm doing like tonight, right? Like I'm not rushing these. I'm enjoying myself, talking with you guys, talking about, you know, materials and technique and all that stuff. So I'm not whipping them out, right? And if I was selling them like production tying, I'd have to incredibly speed this up to make any sort of reasonable tying time frame, right? To make any profit. So yeah, the time that you're putting into it is generally way more than the cost of the hook anyway. But a big part of your kind of profit margin or what have you would be the difference in the hook. That's a much better poof on top. I like that one much better than the last two. Got it nice and tight. But yeah, a big part of where you can make the profit differences in the time that you can tie the fly and the hook that you use, because that's generally the most expensive part of the whole fly. Generally, unless you're getting into certain types of flies, especially like salmon flies and stuff. There's some I tie that are fairly pricey. Like the ones I sent to the ones I sent to Valhalla, like I would have sold those for because they're all vintage materials that you really just can't get anymore, and they have like actual gold leaf from like 1920s body wrap mylar and stuff like that, like tin wrap, and that stuff's like really expensive if you can even find it, just because they haven't made it in like 100 years. So those ones I would have sold for at least $7 a fly, if not 10 or more, because the materials are just really expensive. So in that case, it's like, yeah, you know, I tied them on like really good old quality vintage hooks and everything, because the materials themselves were going to be more than the hook. But normally it's the other way around. Okay, just going to trim these legs short. Yeah, I'm lucky because I got a huge, you know, collection of vintage stuff from father-in-law and just from picking in apart different lots of things from when people passed away or what have you, you know. Or a few fly shops shut down, and I got to get a lot of vintage stuff with that. But yeah, certain vintage materials are really hard to come by. Like even Fentex, like, Even this older Fentex, like this stuff, it's a treat to work with because they don't make it anymore. They haven't made it in like 20 years. Um, Aw. Yeah, that's one thing I don't think I have any grizzly bear. I don't think I do, actually. I got some black bear, and I got polar bear. I just haven't had any use to... I got brown bear. But yeah, I don't think I have any grizzly bear. I used to have some, but it got bugs in it and had to throw it up. It wasn't dried and tanned correctly, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy with that guy. Just gonna kind of neaten his poof up a bit here. There we go. He's a cute little thing. I gotta get him in the vise at like just the right angle, or the tying lights don't. There we go. Now it's actually hitting that back strap. Looks like the red fuzz is a little bit more on your guys' side of things. Let me straighten that a bit. Again, totally fussing with stuff that really doesn't need to be fussed with. There, it looks a little better. There, happy with him. I'll do a little spin and spiel here. Just realized I had my recording on that whole time. So there you go, I get to make a short out of that one because I tied it all up nice. Really? That's surprising, being that it was just wool. I mean, that's one of the things you can generally find in like thrift stores and stuff, even if it's buying an old sweater, you know, and then just taking it apart. But yeah, if you like, raw wool is harder to come by, obviously. But yeah, kind of surprised he wouldn't have shared for that. That's a little bit on the surprising side, but you know, people are people. Yeah, gonna do a quick little spin and spiel here. Be right back. And the vise today, we have a nice little beetle bug. This is a black foam beetle bug that's supposed to match a pine beetle. It's got a nice little strip up the back of a nice peacock colored mylar. See it shining there over top of a 2mm black foam shellback, wrapped up with a body with some root beer cactus chenille all the way up to the thorax, and some black rubber silicone legs sticking out with a nice little indicator puff up top of some red Fentex. Wonderful little pattern. These things are excellent to have in your box. The time of the year, normally mid to late summer, they start to migrate, and they'll fall all over the place and just be in the tens of thousands, and definitely a trout food source when that happens. It's just like any other bug hatch. You definitely want to be having some in your box. Wonderful little pattern. Add a couple to your box, eh? Yeah, that's surprising. Had one guy message on our local Facebook group here, just like the local community Facebook group. Okay, yeah, no, rod dye is nice, especially if you're going to be doing up like dubbing with it, and you know, doing your own kind of, well, spinning dubbing noodles is basically spinning yarn, just in a different way. But yeah, I had a guy message me on our local Facebook group, and he asked for the like golden pheasant tippets. And he's like, anyone have any so I can finish tying up some flies? And just thought it was interesting because we don't get too much fly tying talk in our, local community group. We're in a small little bush community up here. And so I messaged him back like, oh, hey, how many do you need? Just thinking that he needed like, 4 or 5 to finish up his box or whatever. And he's like, oh, a couple hundred, so 1 to 300 feathers will do. And I was just like, dude, you're messaging people on like a small community Facebook page looking for 1 to 200 golden pheasant tail or pheasant neck hackles for doing like Royal Coachman tails and that kind of thing. And it was just like kind of blew me away. I was like, expect someone up here has that many feathers just to spare, because he couldn't find any in any of the shops, which I agree. I haven't seen them for sale in the shops in a long time, so I don't want to part with mine either. But it was just kind of caught me off guard because it's like, dude, that's a lot of that's a lot of golden pheasant tippets. You're clearly selling your flies if you're tying that many. But yeah, I feel for him because it's, I understand the struggle, but it's not the kind of thing that you just throw it on there in a Facebook group normally. There we go. Got 2 of them in there. So I'll have to do something different for the body on the other 2. Because I don't think I have any of that. Let me check here and see if I got any little bits of that cactus chenille left. I don't think I do. Yeah, well, even if they do, it's just like you literally said in your post, hey, I've checked everywhere, I can't find any. And like you, after saying that, and you expect people to be like, oh, here, just have all of mine. I mean, I guess it's possible, but it's not as likely. Everyone's like, oh, great, so you mean if I sell you mine or just give you mine, then I'm not going to be able to restock? I mean, I'm all for helping someone. Like, I was going to give him a handful, right? Like, he just needed a couple to finish up his box or something, but a couple hundred? It's like, dude, no. You need to talk to a supplier. That's another thing I find that's better is like vintage feathers are of much higher quality, generally speaking, because they just let their birds get older. Like they weren't harvested so quickly. Now everything's just profit driven, so they'll harvest them as soon as they can. Especially even like with peacock and stuff, or ostrich. Like it's hard to find like a really big ostrich plume. Okay, I'm still kind of humming and hawing on what I want to make this body out of. Yeah, no, I thought you were too. I think I might do, I got a little bit of this orange here. It's like a sparkle orange yarn. It's got a lot of UV in it. That would probably be enough. It's a little fuzzy in the middle here, but I think I can make that work. And I got some yellow. Yeah, I was thinking of that. I don't have one handy. All my cactus chenille's in my other box away, and I don't want to go dig it out right now. I do have some like mohair, which would probably work fine. Yeah, sure, why don't we do that? We'll do some like olive green mohair. Like this color, that'll do. Actually, that might not be 100% true. Let me check, just in case I was lazy and didn't put it back. There might be one in here. Not like I would never put my material back exactly where it's supposed to be. Shock and amazement. Sorry guys, give me a minute to dig here, I'll see what I got. Oh, I got this stuff too. This might actually be interesting. I've been meaning to find a good use for this because I got a bunch of it. And it's like, as you can see, it's like it's a fabric though. It's not a, it's like that stuff you're saying, the tutu fabric, but just a lot thicker. But it's in a really nice kind of pearlescent, a little more on the green side than Peacock, but you know, you get the idea. I wonder if that would work for like an overwrap on it. Might try that. I'm gonna leave that out here. It might be a little bit on the thick side though, is my one concern. And then you can also use like, you know, your regular scud back overwraps. Yeah, I just had that handy. I was doing the root beer for the, was it the Granama shrimp, I think, if I remember off the top of my head. But I only had so much root beer. I need to restock on that because it's a wonderful color. It really is. It just matches so much like bugs that we have in this area. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. Actually, you know what? We're gonna change this up a little bit for this one. I'm gonna do this mohair for the body because it's just buggy and body colored. And then on the top wrap, I'm gonna use this, which is the same kind of olive, light olive. It's a light Swiss straw. I got a few pieces of that kicking around here that I need to use up. And then I think I'll still put, we're gonna do like quite a bit of layering here. Yeah, I know it's gonna be a bit of a pain, but I was thinking I'd do the black foam, this on the very top, so this gets tied in first, then the Swiss straw to give it a bit of a green overcast, and then have that, and then I don't know if that would be too much. Oh, I guess we're gonna find out, aren't we? Because I'm gonna do it. We're gonna give it a go. So this will get tied in later. I do know that this, I don't use this one too often because it's a pretty thick mohair, but I think with a beetle like this we'll manage to get through that. Okay, so got some more foam. I hand cut all these foam too. I just use one of those, you know, paper cutters with a slidey razor wheel, and it works a treat for this kind of thing. Yeah, it cuts really nice. I mean, these are pretty even considering they're hand cut. No point wasting your money with the hand cut fly shop. Yeah, I know, I haven't really found a use for it. Like, I saw it for sale, and it was pretty cheap, but I'm like, oh, it's really buggy, and it would make a really good shell, you know? And I don't even remember where I got it from. I think it was a thrift store. And I got like a good sized chunk of it. But it's see-through. You can't really see it when I pull it out of the bag. Be able to see it better. But it's a woven lattice, like a similar to like a mylar body, like you'd have on a minnow. When you're doing minnows with the mylar bodies. But it's green, so I really wanted to find a use for it. But I will do that after this one. I'll try and do the green and the body here. Oh, I messed that up, didn't I? Yeah, I need to tie this in last. My bad. I was getting too excited with all the color choices here. That's fine. Not gonna hurt anything to tie this in twice. Okay, where are we here? So if I want it to be on the top, I'm gonna tie this in first. I just like this stuff and I'm actually enjoy using it, and I want to keep that box kind of at least consistent in one way or the other. So to be consistent, I'll keep this green mylar on the top of all of them, and probably red indicator. So at least if the bodies change, it's not a big deal. Come on, buddy. Get it in there. Bite it. There we go. But yeah, I did notice, like the few times I've tied with it, that it is a little bit on the annoying side to work with, for sure. Just like the thickness of this stuff, it's kind of the same thing. Where the colors are great, the texture's great, but it's a little thicker. Really? Oh, cool. White would be really cool. Like I said, I don't even recall where I got it from. I just know I got like a little spool of it. Pretty sure it was probably at a thrift store in one of their, material bins or whatever. Okay, so we got that one. Now we're gonna tie in. Again, I just want this to be like a cap over top. So I'm gonna try and separate this. Didn't quite rip where I wanted it to, but that's okay. We can probably double this up. Yeah, that'll do. We'll double it up like that. Because sometimes you'll get, well, it's not necessarily a hatch. In this case, it's a migration because they hatched a long time ago. But you'll get different hatches or, spawns of these crazy amounts of bugs. And they'll be slightly different colors. Or sometimes if yours is a slightly different color, even if it's not the right color, it can be a good thing because it'll stand out just that little bit compared to everything else, and that might be what the fish need to nail. Okay, let's see here. I think it's this side. Try and get this tied back in again. Tied in a little bit shorter this time so I can just get rid of that. Oh, okay. Yeah, good point. Yeah. And that's the other thing that we're talking about with sometimes like the right material isn't necessarily easy to use. Okay, that should work. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That'll work fine. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if I can separate this stuff. I don't think I can. So I'm just going to take a length of it. Said I don't use it as often as I was planning on because it is a little bit on the thick side. But cut up, it makes a good addition to dubbing because it's a very nice light olive color. But I'll try and get some of this kind of crazy stuff peeled back. So we don't want it to be super buggy. But yeah, I still want it thick, so I'm still thinking like this. Because I could separate this. See, there's two strands. Not sure if that's going to show up on camera or not, but you can see there's two strands there. So I could separate it. I think the mohair is really just twisted between the two. But I think with those two strands, it should be the right thickness. So we'll just stick with that for this one. If we need to modify it, we can. So I want it to be thick. I want it to be a fat boy, but not like an overly fat boy, if you know what I mean. Okay, so I'm just going to work this mohair down here a bit. So I don't want too much of the mohair in. There we go, that'll work. I might even get it done and be like, well, it could have been a lot buggier. But we'll see how our mileage goes when we get there. You kind of get the feel for this kind of thing after you've done, hundreds of something. You kind of be like, it's gonna be a little thick. That's gonna be a little thin. It's gonna be a little stiff. Oh, okay. It's always fun to like try this stuff out too, and like you don't know if it's gonna work out well until you give it a shot, right? Like I said, worst case scenario, you just cut it off the hook and start again. Hey, so maybe the next one I do, I'll leave this on, all the mohair on, and make it even more buggy. But it's already got legs, so it doesn't really need to be buggy. I got enough swish. Oh, bugger. They kind of jumped forward on me there. Let me get this cleaned up. Bring that back a bit. There we go. That'll work. Okay, like I said, I'm not sure how this is going to turn out, but it's just an idea and I want to try it. And I'm not out of black legs, but I do also have this, what was that, black floss? I might be able to use that. But this would look good with like some kind of mottled green legs too. But I'm still going to use up these black ones. So I'm consistent for that box, I guess. I got one piece here I want to use up, which probably doesn't need to be cut. So get him tied in first, and then we'll get the other ones. Trying to get my thread to stay without jumping on me too much. There we go. Come on, thread, do the thing with the stuff. There we go. That's what I want. I want them to point forward like that because they're shorter than the other ones are going to be tying in. So I want them to point forward a bit. Might be a bit much, but they're going to move around as we're tying in. That'll work. And the other two, here I got enough for like 2 flies. Maybe 3 out of this. I don't know how I ended up with a short amount, but I did. Well, this will get tied in with figure 8 here. There we go. Beauty. There we go. It took a few flies to really get the knack of these silicone legs, but I think I got it now. That's much better than the first couple. Alright, let's trim these guys off. Try and get them like the right length so that I don't have to retrim them after. Go like right here. There we go. So I only got enough there for 1 more fly, which is fine because that's what I got room for in the box. Alright. And we'll trim those off after. They'll be fine for now. Not quite happy with that. Yeah, that's the other thing is I don't tend to brush my bodies out too much. I know you see a lot of people like manly flies and stuff will instantly brush them out to make them more buggy, blah blah blah. You know, which is all good and cool, but I've always kind of been in the boat like, if you need it more buggy, just brush it out when you get there. There we go. Okay, that's sitting better now. Nice little black cap on the top. It's nice because it's a light colored underbody and it really kind of shows up. So I'm thinking that's going to be rather cool. But we'll see. It was just an idea, so we'll see how it goes. Hey Oregon, good to have you in, mate. Thanks for being a member. Appreciate it, man. Did it dropped again? Oh yeah, me and Luke have been going at it for a bit here. Man, Oregon, why do you keep dropping? This is like the 3rd or 4th time here. Let me add you back in as a mod here. Yeah, but like last time you were in, I added you as mod. Now it's doing this thing again. It's like the 3rd time I've added you as a mod. There we go. Yeah, that's the 3rd time I've added you. It's like every time it just drops you. I'm not sure why. Like I said, it's like the same thing with your channel. I have like a heck of a time getting any notifications. I'm definitely not removing your mod thing because one, I'm just too lazy, and two, there'd be no reason to. I mean, you know what you're doing, right? Okay, so that looks really good. I like that like light olive overwrap. That's pretty cool. It was just an idea that popped in my head, but I do like that. And then this on top, hopefully is going to be fire. Give it that shine. I might be completely overdoing this for a beetle though. Not at all, no, but I will definitely check it out now that I know. The whole subscriber feature is like garbage on YouTube now. I almost never get stuff from the people I subscribe to. And it's like Turner too, like Crappy Man. Like I don't see any of his stuff anymore, and it used to always be in my feed. And I'm definitely subscribed to him. But I haven't had anything from him, and I know he does it like daily. I haven't had any of his shorts, none of his posts, nothing for like months. Yeah. No, totally. It's upsetting. But yeah, no, I'll go check out your video. Like, I'll see Lucas stuff all the time. I'll see Run stuff a lot. Maddie. Yeah, no, like only certain people I'll get the feed stuff. And it seems to be like really hit and miss. And sometimes it only lasts for a little while and then it cuts out. Okay, let's throw that red on the top here before I get too far ahead of myself. I'm really liking this red, even though it's probably gonna be too bright for this fly, but whatever. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, I'm glad you hopped in, man. I used to use DaVinci. I was having all sorts of audio problems with my headsets with it though. But I really like DaVinci though, don't get me wrong. I didn't have all the audio problems. I tried everything I could figure out to, and I still do edit with it. I have to do it kind of without the audio, which is really annoying. I'm hoping they'll fix it in a update. It's a known issue with certain Sennheiser and Blackwire audios. So it's not me, fortunately. Or I could just fix something. But I've tried reinstalling. But yeah, most of the editing I do now is just actually in CapCut. Which is sad, but it just is quick and easy. It does what I need it to do. I'm not doing a lot of big effects or anything. I like editing in DaVinci. It's a nice editing program. I grew up using Premiere Pro, and I'm really familiar with that, and DaVinci is very, very close to Premiere for most of its stuff. Oh, let's get that tied in before I cut that off, actually. I don't want to like CapCut. I really don't. But it works really well and it's easy to use. I've never had it crash on me, even if I have a lot of stuff going on. The AI features are really good, but I don't use them. Mostly because you got to pay for most of them. I'm just using the free version. But even if they were free, I probably really wouldn't use most of them. But yeah, I just use it for all my regular like shorts editing. My longs I'd still do in DaVinci. Okay, that's good enough. And DaVinci's free and it's like super powerful. I was using what is it called now? Hip Champ or Clip Champ or whatever it was for a little while. That was pretty good too. Yeah, like I said, if I could get what it does is because like, well, I mean you can see the head. It's a mono. I like to use it when I'm editing, just because I'm doing multiple things. So I can hear everything around me, and I can hear the. Well, obviously, I have studio speakers for having things in stereo, because obviously I can only hear a mono channel. But it has so many problems with a mono headset for editing. So for a while there, I was just completely unplugging all my mono stuff and going with stereo, but doing that was a real pain in the butt too, because I got to switch all my stuff out every time. And as nice as DaVinci is, it's not the best for picking up plug and play stuff. It really likes you to keep your hardware the same with the way its profiles and stuff work. So I was running into a lot of issues with it, looking for my Sennheiser mic or whatever and not. And I like the mics on these. They're really good for noise cancellation. They don't have like, I don't know, I think the audio sounds good on them. I just like the audio. Okay, let's cut this off. Yeah, I wish it worked better than it did. Yeah, I thought it might overpower it a bit, but it actually does come out really good. And I wasn't sure if that light colored strip but it matches the underbody so well. It actually does work. I thought it might get overpowered by the Peacock strip, but it actually seems pretty good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I think I'll do one more like that. Oh, let's trim off these legs before making an amputee here. That's the nice thing about patterns like this too, is you can change them up and you can add stuff and take stuff off and do so many different things. Yeah, I'm happy with him. He turned out good. He's got a really nice, actually it poofed up really nice on top like that. Yeah, you're right, that shot of like red right on the top, I think that's really kind of pulls it all together, eh? Finally tied a fly that's actually like St. Patrick's Day colors, but St. Patrick's Day ended like 15 minutes ago. Whoops. Yeah, I wish I could find a solution to that because I do like editing in DaVinci. It's got so many good plugins. OBS works awesome for the streaming portion of things. Just thoroughly love OBS. It's got so many cool plugins. I haven't had too much issues with it, like freezing or causing problems that way. It's always one leg that's like weird and just not doing what I want it to do, but it's okay. So this is not going to matter once I get in the water. Okay, well, I'll do a little spin and spiel on that guy. I like what he looks like, so we'll add him to the collection. Yeah, that's true. It does kind of look like a stink bug, doesn't it? They're like that. They're that pale olive and yellow. We get like they have the kind of like can't remember the look of it though. It's almost like a triangle. I'm trying to think of it now. It has like a marking on its back. It's almost like in a pale yellow with the green. But yeah, they stink if you step on them or upset them in any way. And in the vise today we have a beetle bug. This is a black foam beetle bug with a nice 2mm black foam pulled over for the shell for the shell back, and we added a little bit of olive swish straw and then a strip of that Peacock mylar on top. Give it a really nice flashy back to it. I really like the look of that. We did some olive mohair underneath for the underneath belly, all the way up to the thorax, where we tied in some black rubber legs and a little poof of red Fentex on top for an indicator and a little wing up top. Wonderful little pattern. I'm actually really excited to try this one. I think those colors will just hit off really well. It's a nice fun pattern to play around with like we're doing tonight. Wonderful little thing. Add a couple to your box, eh? I like him. I'm gonna add him here and we'll put him in. Not really. It's a little bit. Well, I guess I got the red and the green and all that. It's a little bit lighter, but it's very close. I mostly wore this shirt because I originally was thinking like black beetles, right? And I was like, I don't want to wear like a black shirt. I want something that'll be standing out a little bit. And I just like the mouse because he's, you know, heroic on his chicken mount. That's a hilarious shirt. I love it. Okay, so we're going to do one more of those because that was cool. And then I'll do a final one in some other kind of weird color combination. Might do orange for the last one. Yeah, I find like I do a larger version for like a June bug. I'll use this stuff as the belly, because the June bugs here have like a that kind of burnt orange, burnt pumpkin, almost translucent like belly to them. And they're fat, so maybe we'll do one up like that. One or two wraps over there. That's probably enough. Go up. There we go. Okay, so we'll stick with this Mylar color. Just the whole box has at least that going along. Tie everything together. Yeah, I think I like that one a lot, so I'm just gonna do one more like that. Then it'll be consistent in the box, 2 and 2. Come on. There we go. That's a funny pattern too. You tell people your flies stink. Is this gonna be long enough? Let's see. Maybe not. Huh. Oh, I got so much Swiss straw kicking around. Oh, if I had $1 for every time autocorrect screwed me over. Autocorrect is such a pain in the butt. It's like supposed to be helpful, right? And it's like, you know what I'm saying. The word is never duck. It's just not duck. I'm not talking about ducks. Actually, that turned out pretty good. Yeah, you could have fun with that, like marketing-wise. That's kind of funny. 'Cause everyone hates them, right? No one like, wee, a stink bug. No, everyone. It's like mosquitoes. Everyone just universally does not like them. And yeah, that olive color is like smack on perfect for those things. It's exactly the light olive that they are. Oh, I did it again. I did it again. Okay. My bad. It's okay. We can tie this in twice. I'm not gonna do nothing. I forgot the exact thing we were just talking about. Ugh. Yeah, just taking a little squirt of your Chanel. There you go. And our season will be starting pretty soon because we should have We should have open water somewhat soon. At least enough that I can cast in. Hopefully soon. Okay, I'll do... Swish straw is such a fun material, but it's also like can be a real pain in the butt at the same time. Just trying to get it like the right kind of thickness to pull up over top. I think we got it. Where did I put the little piece of foam? Dude, where did you go? That would be cool. Oh, come on, man, I need you. Where'd you go? I know I'm probably staring like right at it. Normally pretty good about keeping my, I know they walk away on me often, but normally pretty good about keeping my materials in somewhat of an organized spot. That's true. Oh, here it is. Jeez, it is right in front of me. Alright, I got it. That's the nice thing is you, like, if you get a deer and you can harvest that, you got your bucktail, you got super amount of, like, if you're spinning deer here, you got like almost a lifetime supply there. Another wrap or two down here. There we go. Okay, get that mohair in now. I think for this one I'm just gonna go... Which side were we tying in last time? This side? I feel like it was this side. Just gonna pull that mohair down a little bit. I don't mind if it's a little bit buggy, but I mean this is some long mohair. So I'm just gonna remove a bit of it here. Clean cut that off and tie it in. Thankfully, we really don't need a whole lot of this, just enough to cover that little body section. So this should be fine. But yeah, it's a really nice color combo. I'm quite enjoying that. I might actually add that in my regular rotation, to be honest. I've been trying to find a use for this because I have a big old ball of it. And it's just been a little on the thick side to really use with nymphs or anything else. So I've been cutting it up and adding it to dubbing. It has it's a nice texture. It dubs pretty well. You can see it's synthetic for sure, but it has some natural long guard hairs mixed in. Like for the main two wraps, it appear to be synthetic, and then the mohair part is like merino wool. There you go. Yeah, it's getting that time of year, isn't it? I'm excited for open water again. Oh. I don't use coyote that much. I'd like to, but it just doesn't call for too many patterns. But mean, you could use it for a lot of different things where you'd be using squirrel or other things. You could use it as wing material. I got several pelts, I got a couple masks, a bunch of tails hanging up behind me. Okay, there we go. Now I'll get the legs tied in. So I got just enough here without, and I can pull out some more out of the package. Okay, I'm just gonna cut this off here. There we go. Okay, so I got 3 of them here. I'm gonna try and tie all 3 together. They're different lengths, but I mean, I'm gonna be trimming them anyway, so this should work. There we go. Alright, happy with that. That'll work. That'll work, pig. Okay, let's get that body wrapped down up. The other thing with this fly is the not necessarily the technique, but like the flow of it is a lot of fun. It's just different than, like, say, a dry fly or a nymph. Yeah, me too, man. Don't worry, it's all good. It's late or early or whatever it is. Yeah, that's good enough. There we go. Nice shell cap. I'll get the Swiss straw across. Well, you're almost there. You'll have to excuse my ignorance, but I'm not sure what you would be watching for other than like predators and stuff. I feel like I should know that, but it's an honest question. I wonder if this is like half of what I did before. I think it is. Okay, so we'll double this up. Yeah, I'll cut it right there. I think that'll work. There we go. Okay, so I'm just doubling this up. Oh, yeah, I guess it is calving season, isn't it? Are you guys still cold enough that it would be an issue, or? Yeah, I know, they can smell it. They just wait for it. It's very, very true. And it always seems to happen at like 3 in the morning, doesn't it? Cool. There you go, technology. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, so you gotta keep tabs on that. Stay out of my way. Oh, I'm glad I could keep you company, man. Yeah, true. Some animals are just really good at that, and other ones just seem to not get it. A lot of times they're just exhausted. Yep. Yeah, they're waiting for it. That's what they do. No, that jumped off. That's annoying. Let's try that again. There, that one seemed like it cinched in good. Yeah, that was a good one. I've done this like probably 100,000 times, but I still like the feeling of a nice half hitch like cinching up. You can feel it just move a little bit, that little tighten nudge when you cinch it in. Still love that feeling. Just that little, just feel it move a bit, and it's like, yeah, you know, you got it in there good. Okay, I think I got that okay. Yeah, I bet. I'm not on normally this late. I'm on normally this early soon, but given I wasn't planning on staying up this late, to be honest, so I'll probably sleep in a bit. I was planning on being up at 4 for the stream at 4 in the morning, but since that's only like 2 hours from now, or 3 hours from now, we'll see how it goes. Okay, so that's done. Let's cut our thread off, trim our legs, trim the front. Got one of my half hitches kind of went a little close to the eye of the hook. It's hard when you're like, cause you're basically doing it blind. I guess I could throw my half hitches on there upside down. Maybe I'll do that for the next couple. Then you can actually see what it's doing, you know. But it's definitely more than enough room to get a line in there, so should be fine. Okay. Get the straight scissors. I think I'll cut this first here. Might have went a hair short on that, but that's okay. There you go. Okay, go past that, man. We'll be following you shortly, don't worry. Ugh, I just want to kind of hold this straight before I cut it, but it's kind of flopping everywhere. Yeah, good night, Oregon. Thanks for stopping in, man. Welcome back to being a mod for the 4th or 5th time. Silly YouTube. I don't know why it seems to dislike Oregon so much. There we go. Yeah, happy with him. He turned out pretty good. If you get the tension just right, it fluffs up like a nice little ball, but it's like right on that edge of being enough to cut through the foam, so it's a little bit of a balancing act. Okay. I don't doubt it, man. It's like 4 in the morning there. Almost 5. Okay, let's pull these back. Just gonna kind of cut them almost the same size as that one. Come on, cut. There we go. And same with this side. Okay, yeah, happy with him. Just gonna get rid of some of this extra fuzz on the bottom. Cool. Okay. Looks like I missed one thread wrap in the middle there. Dang it. Maybe I can hook it and pull it over a bit. Not that that's going to make any difference, but... it might actually be better to leave it and just brush out this a little bit like you were saying. Yeah, exactly. Just gonna see if I can brush this out a little bit and hide that. Just got one thread wrap there that's missed the mark. Really don't matter all that much. There we go. Alright, let's throw some head cement on there. Just got a couple red guys here I want to get out of the way before we put the head cement in. Not sure what they're doing hanging out down here, but it's not where you belong, so let's get the way. There we go. I need to add a little more acetone to this head cement. It's starting to thicken up for a bit. The downside of mohair is you get all these little, it's not a huge deal, but you get all these little hairs that just get into all of your stuff. So not a big deal, but I like it to look clean. There we go. I'm gonna poke it with the proverbial quill here and see if I can make sure that eye stays clear, because I did get a little bit on it. Yeah, that happens. You gotta be careful when you're using white or gray or any of those colors, or the white will turn gray. Not the first time, won't be the last time. That's like the major reason I have white thread kicking around, or I probably wouldn't use it all that often. Yeah, that stuff dries fast. Okay, I'll use the steel bobbin. Clear it out first. You don't get to it right away. It will sure dry up fast. Which is a good thing, because I don't use the UV resin, so it's handy that way. Should actually try it with like the Granama shrimp clear body patterns. Yeah, I'm having a heck of a time getting what's in there. I know it's clear, I just put the metal bodkin through it. Yeah. Yeah, that happens. Buddy. Man, that quick dry sure dries so fast. It's clear though, because I can put this through it, so I guess I should just call it good. Say it's clear. I normally like to run my quill through and clear out the glue. Maybe it's getting caught up on the foam. Let's try and cut this a bit shorter. Sometimes that's a cool feature to have, because I do tie like a number of, there we go, finally got it. There, so at least I know that's clear. Especially if I'm giving them away or selling them or something, I don't want to have a stopped up eye that's like a big newbie mistake. Yeah, no, it's a good thing to remind people of, because like you don't, like you said, especially if you're tired, you're not thinking about it. Eh. But there's a number of, I don't know if I have them handy here. I do not see them. They are here somewhere though. But I have a number of nymphs that I tie, that I just use like one wrap of floss, dental floss, and then the underbody is the color that actually shows through when it gets wet, and it changes from that like a translucent color. So it actually is meant to do that. So it can be a good thing. There's numerous nymph patterns I tie that specifically do that color change for that reason. Okay, I'll do one more spin and spiel on this guy, call it good. And the vise today we have a beetle bug, foam beetle bug, with a 2mm foam shell back all the way across the top, a little bit of light olive Swiss straw wrapped up with a little bit of peacock mylar on the back, gives it that nice little shine, and a light olive mohair for the body wrapped up to the thorax area. We wrapped in 6 little rubber legs and a little tuft of bright red Fentex for the indicator up front. Wonderful little beetle bug pattern. This one would indicate for a pine beetle or a stink bug, as Luca so kindly pointed out. A wonderful little fun pattern that we put together, so add a couple to your box, eh? Wonderful little thing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? Well, there we go. Got those 5 in there. Or 4 now. We'll do the last one, will be 5, and then we'll be good to go. You'll be heading to bed. Offy shifty. Hopefully all the cows turn out good for you and the calves. You have to let me know once you're awake and mobile again if any of how all the calving went. Maybe we'll keep your brother busy while you're sleeping. Thanks. Well, that's good. I mean, it's never good to lose anything, but it's gonna happen. It's just part of the process, right? Unfortunately. Okay, just gonna whip off this last one here. Nothing crazy. We're just gonna do the same thing we were doing before, and get that last one in the box. They're good to go. So don't mind me, man. I'm just gonna try and tie this without as much yabbering. Ugh, if my thread will grab it. There we go. I hear wild pigs can be horrible for farms. Especially for like livestock and stuff. Man, why is that not grabbing? That is a downside of this stuff. Like I said, it's a little on the stiff side. So it does not like to tie in. Okay. Yeah, once they go wild, then they change into like a boar or not a domestic pig anymore. It's kind of crazy that they can do that, eh? Almost like a totally different animal. Okay, we'll get a little swish straw tied in here. Looks like it is this way. Yep. Okay. So tie that up. Okay, and then yeah, that should be. I mean, that's a little short, but I think that's enough to go up at least to the cutoff point. We'll see. Yeah, okay, we'll be fine. Left a little short there for a second. Yeah, that's what I heard, is they can be almost as bad as coyotes once they go completely feral like that. I think it really, like you said, it depends on how much food they have in the area, that kind of thing. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to use the rest of this because I don't have a lot left. Well, I got a whole spool full there, but I mean this piece that I cut off. I'm just gonna try and use this up. Don't like wasting material, so if we can use it, I'm gonna use it. I have to get a bunch of material together for those grasshoppers tomorrow. They're gonna be, it's a pretty intricate fly. Haven't tied them in a bit. They're fun as all get out, but they're just a lot of Work's even the wrong word for it. It's just a lot of steps. Not necessarily hard, it's just there's a lot to it. Fun pattern though. Oh no. Trying to go a little too quick here. My bad. Okay, that'll do. Okay, now I need some rubber legs. I got any left? Huh. I don't think I do. Alright, that's good. At least one strand out of here then. Thought I had one strand left, I guess not. That's good. But yeah, this is the way it comes, is in like a sheet like this. And you just pull it off the sheet. No worries, man. There's always the recording or the short after if you don't make it. Be there in spirit. I only like to tie those kind of more intricate flies when I have like a day off and some, an hour or two to do it. They're just time consuming, but they're fun. And they're fun to fish too. And I dropped it on the ground. That's good. Don't need it right now. I already got it out. Okay, so I'm gonna fold this and get some legs out of it. And we'll just cut it off. That'll do, like that. There we go. There's always one wonky one, isn't there? Okay, oh, whatever. We'll get it in. That's one of the reasons I like to keep the lives post on there. I know a lot of people delete them after, but I always thought, like, why not? Like, why not just keep them? Yeah, no, I get it. It's all good. I can tell when people leave comments that they've been watching them too, of course. But yeah, I always thought, like, why not leave your lives? Like, I know a lot of people do delete them, and there's probably an algorithmic, good reason for it, but I always thought if someone can watch it later, even if it's years later, and they're enjoying it, why not, right? Buddy, stay in the vise, come on. just gotta throw a half hitch on that, keep it all in place. Okay, pull this over. Beautiful. Okay, that worked out pretty well. So I just need a couple more tighter wraps there, I think, just to get it to sink in. A little bit farther ahead than I'd like to be, but I think that'll still work out okay. Okay, swish straw up. Said this is gonna be close, but I think we'll be good enough. Just spinning my bobbin to get the thread to coil the other way so I can get around this one leg that's being a pain that's sticking out there. There we go. I only need to do it once to get it to set. That's it. Yeah, that'll be fine. Look at that. Just enough. Barely made it, see? But as long as it makes it, that's all that matters, right? Doesn't matter if it's... As long as it makes it. There we go. Yeah, I probably got enough for one or two more flies out of that, but it's pretty bent up now. Okay, got a little red on there and we're good to go. There we go. Yeah, it was pretty close, but like I said, it doesn't matter how close you are. It's not horseshoes, so as long as it makes it. Okay, and I have just the right amount of red left here too. I have to trim it a little bit on this side. Come on, you. One leg is such a pain in the butt. Ugh. And just hanging out like just at the wrong angle is catching my thread. Man. Yeah. Even just like one little fiber on a piece of hackle, and you're like, oh, come on, buddy, play ball here. But yeah, that's totally the way it is all the time. I think a big part of getting better is to try to, your best anyway, to ignore that when that happens. I have a heck of a time. Oh no. Push too hard. Stay in the vise. Ooh, you're really getting close to popping out of the vise. 1 second. Let's get you back in there. Oh. I have to admit, getting tired. Fingers are getting crampy. Okay. No worries. Good to see you, Dan. Yeah, just cutting off the little bits of black legs. Oh. There we go. There we go. Scissors are getting dull, I need to sharpen them again. Haven't gone to sleep yet. But yeah, normally I'm up this early tying anyway. I'm just doing it the opposite today. Stayed up instead of waking up. Yeah, normally I start my tying streams about 4 in the morning. So, a couple hours from now. I'll probably be up at 4 or in about 2 hours doing it again. Luca? Yeah. Oh, your brother, you mean? Yeah. Okay, let's put a little head cement on this guy and call it good. There we go. Just a little bit of fuzz there by the eye. Thanks. Just trying to clear that eye out. It's been kind of a pain on this pattern. You can't really see it as well. There you go. As long as I get my bodkin through it, I know it's clear. Good enough. Alright, we got a couple of him already, so I'm gonna skip the spin and spiel on him because we got a few already. I'm tired. Alright, we'll finish this box off. He's gonna go hang out with his friends here. And of course, the most important part of the tying day is we get the waist approval on our flies. What do you think, eh? Yeah, just wanted to see what you think. So. Alright, I'm gonna call it a night and then do some more up tomorrow. Well, thanks for hanging out, Luca. Appreciate it, man. Good luck with the cows. I'm gonna head to bed though. Thanks all. Have a good night.